President claiming recently on social media. They were under the thumb of a real sleazebag named Leonard Leo, a bad person who in his own way probably hates America and obviously has his own separate ambitions. He openly brags how he controls judges and even justices in the United States Supreme Court. I hope that's not so, and I don't believe it is. Joining me on former federal prosecutor, best-selling author Jeffrey Tillman. Does it surprise you to hear this from the president?
Well, there's a long history of presidents complaining about their Supreme Court justices. Theodore Roosevelt complained about Oliver Wendell Holmes. Dwight Eisenhower complained about Earl Warren. So complaints about justices are not unusual. But what's unusual with Trump is that it's always transactional with him. He doesn't think about their judicial philosophy. He thinks about the fact that they owe him, in his opinion. I gave you a Supreme Court seat. You give me decisions. That's how he thinks about this.
And that's how they're feeling, even though she's voting with the most conservative justices 80% of the time.
And if you look at that, she has been on his side on virtually everything. And the really big things like abortion, like the cases that would define a Supreme Court legacy, she has been a down the line conservative. But you got to be 100% with Trump, and he's unhappy. He can't do anything about it, but he really has very small grounds to complain.
I also want to ask you about some of the reporting in the New York Times that the DOJ is now investigating the Harvard Law Review over claims of discrimination against white men. And the key cooperating witness in the case has now been hired by the White House, is working under Stephen Miller. Obviously, this is part of the wider war against Harvard.
Well, it just shows how obsessed this administration is in trying to punish Harvard in any way it can, including the Harvard Law Review, which is a student publication that has a separate legal existence from Harvard University. It draws its students, its editors from the university, but it is a separate legal entity. And the other point that's so ridiculous about this is, yet again, the administration is deciding that the most oppressed group in America is white men. And they are not getting their articles published in the Harvard Law Review as much as women and people of color. Not true objectively. There are lots of white men published in the Harvard Law Review. And also, the idea that you can punish a magazine, which is what it is, for what's in it, is yet again the administration trampling on the First Amendment in an egregious way.
Is there evidence that white males are underrepresented in the legal profession?
Not that I'm aware of.
Law firms,
at the top law firms, they still manage to have a majority in the United States Supreme Court. Although it's less, it's certainly less than it used to be. But if you look at the top partners of law firms, if you look at most federal judges, and if you look at Donald Trump's appointments to the federal bench, they are overwhelmingly white men, very different from Joe Biden's appointments. But whether it's South Africa or anywhere else, this is an administration dedicated to protecting the rights of white men.
Thanks very much. Still ahead tonight, our Daniel Sullivan talks to President Trump's loyalist and MyPillow founder, Michael Lindell, as he faces a defamation trial that got underway over his 2020 presidential election claims. And actor George Clooney on his play Good Night, Good Luck, which will be broadcast live on CNN Saturday night.
What's fun about doing the play is it reminds people that that we have been through difficult times, challenging times, and that we survive them as a country, and we do find our better angels along the way. There are a certain kind of people who are the lifeblood of democracy, never strain in their pursuit of what matters. And what matters? Honesty, facts, integrity, accuracy, truth. Good night and good luck.
Live Saturday at 7 on CNN and streaming live on Max.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I did like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we'll be made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia.
Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches. Only at Clear Choice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
Now one more, Antoine.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like you're with us every step of the way.
Right on time.
Stay in the know. Your doctor to their door.
Perfecting your swing is hard.
Nice shot, Dad.
But replacing your windshield doesn't have to be. Go to SafeLight.com and we can come to you.
Sick.
Our highly trained techs can replace your windshield where you are, even if that's right in your driveway.
Have a good day. I love you.
With flexible payment options, get it fixed now and pay later only at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace. Woo!
Nearly home. Just need more space. I feel like I'm suffocating. Oh no. Is this the episode with the breakup? How am I finding money? Okay, let's simmer down now. Y'all need Realtor.com, the app the pros trust most. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you could find the one today. This could be it. Better put a key ring on it.
You can say that again.
You better put a key ring on it. Make it ring with Realtor.com. My eyes, they're dry and uncomfortable, looking for extra hydration. Now there's Blink NutriTears. It works differently than drops. Blink NutriTears is a once daily supplement, clinically proven to hydrate from within, helping your eyes produce more of their own tears. To promote lasting, continuous relief you'll feel day after day. Try Blink NutriTears. A different way to support dry eyes. Dry eyes still feel gritty, rough, or tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel. MyBo is the only prescription dry eye drop that forms a protective layer for the #1 cause of dry eye, too much tear evaporation. For relief, that's remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask your eye doctor about prescription MyBo.
If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes hold you back. But now, there's Skyrizi, so you can be all in with clearer skin. With Skyrizi, you can show up with dramatically clearer skin. And if you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Eva Longoria searching for Spain. Sunday at 9 on CNN.
In Denver today, opening statements in the defamation trial of MyPillow CEO and President Trump loyalist Mike Lindell. He's being sued by a former executive for Dominion Voting Systems who said he faced death threats after Lindell spread false conspiracy theories about the company in the 2020 election. Senator Antonio Sullivan's at the courthouse, spoke with the defendant. Here's his report.
Pretty good, huh?
So you going live on Madden now?
Yeah. You guys, what we decided at MyPillow, because we really do need your help.
This is Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, doing a live promotion for his pillow company on the steps of a federal courthouse in Denver.
We put everything back up there. The My Crosses, you say 50%. We're turning that into resources for this trial.
Lindell is here to stand trial in a defamation lawsuit brought against him by a former Dominion Voting Systems executive. So even when you're fighting in court, you're still doing the day job, promoting pillows?
Yeah, I have to. That's my job.
Yeah.
You know, my pillow's been attacked. I got to do commercials every day.
Lindell, one of the country's best-known election conspiracy theorists, is being sued by Eric Coomer.
How dare him come and sue my pillow? He's a scumbag for doing that. Put that in there. Scumbag. S-Q-U-M-bag.
Coomer and his former employer, Dominion Voting Systems, have been the target of election conspiracy theories dating back to 2020.
I have been in hiding in a secure location. I have not been able to return to my normal life since all of these baseless accusations came out.
A right-wing podcaster made a baseless claim that he had heard Eric Coomer on a supposed Antifa call talking about rigging the 2020 election.
And so then Eric responds, keeps speaking, and then someone interrupts and says, "What are we going to do if effing Trump wins?" And he responds with, I'm going to paraphrase this because obviously I didn't write exactly what he wrote, right? Is don't worry about the election. Trump is not going to win. I made effing sure of that. Ha ha ha.
Coomer strongly denies being on the call, and there is no evidence that he was. But still, that baseless claim spread throughout the MAGAverse, and eventually, Coomer got on Lindell's radar.
You've been part of the biggest crime this world has ever seen, Eric Coomer.
Coomer sued Lindell in 2022, saying that he had faced death threats and harassment as a result of Lindell's conduct. The moment Lindell was served with legal papers, caught on camera.
What is it? Sir, what is it?
Now Lindell is facing a jury for the first time.
If this jury sides with Eric Coomer, will it give you pause? Will it give you a moment where you say, maybe I'm wrong about this election stuff?
Never. I'm not wrong.
Pillows are everywhere in this case. Coomer alleges Lindell used viral online conspiracy theories to drive traffic to websites that in turn advertised his pillows.
In the lawsuit, it says that My Pillow, I think, made something like $2.5 million through promo codes to do with defaming Comer and pushing election conspiracy theories. Is that true?
No, we didn't change any of our business model that I've been doing for 15 years. There's tens of thousands of promo codes on.
Pillows came up in Lindell's deposition.
And I'm not asking about the lumpy pillow calls.
No, they're not lumpy pillows. That's not what they call on. Okay? That when you say lumpy pillows, now you're an ass. You got that? You're an ass is what you are. No, he's an ass. He's an ambulance chasing ass.
Pillows even came up in jury selection.
One of the questions for the jury was if they had bought a My Pillow, and some people had.
And they eliminated those. Each side can eliminate people.
This must be the first trial ever where the jury pool was selected based on what pillow they slept on.
That's good.
And Anderson, Mike Lindell might take the stand here in court as soon as tomorrow. And look, this is his first time facing jury. Many observers pointing out potentially his first time really facing real consequences for spreading election conspiracy theories. But Anderson, I know today's your birthday. We're going to try to bring you back a My Pillow, but some people are saying they're pretty lumpy.
I'm good. I'm good on my pillows. Thank you. I appreciate it. On my pillows, not my pillows. I'm good with what I got. Thank you, Dennis Sullivan. This afternoon, I got a chance to sit down with George Clooney on the set of his Broadway play. Good night and good luck. The focus of the play is Edward R. Murrow's famous battle with Senator Joseph McCarthy. Here's some of what we talked about.
What's fun about the play is, although McCarthyism was bad, it wasn't anywhere near as pervasive as it is right now. The kind of fear that you see kind of stretching through law firms and universities.
You think it's worse now than McCarthyism?
I do think it is worse now, although there's one caveat that kind of gets ignored when people talk about this, which is, when I was a kid, we did duck and cover drills. So overriding all of this was the threat of nuclear annihilation. Very big deal. I mean, we were pretty sure we were going to all die of a nuclear bomb somewhere along the way. So that always kind of rode on top of the McCarthyism. But McCarthyism, what's fun about doing the play is it reminds people that that we have been through difficult times, challenging times, and that we survived them as a country, and we do find our better angels along the way. It takes a minute. We always do. We always have.
Including stars on a special live broadcast of Good Night and Good Luck right here on CNN. You can catch the Tone-nominated play Saturday night, 7 Eastern, streaming also on CNN.com. Next for us, more embarrassment for me, it seems Harry Anton is here, only because I haven't had a chance to stop him. I was actually unaware he was about to appear on the broadcast. Something about my birthday, unfortunately. Hector out. We'll be back.
There are a certain kind of people who are the lifeblood of democracy, never strain in their pursuit of what matters. And what matters? Honesty, facts, integrity, accuracy, truth. Good night and good luck.
Live Saturday at 7 on CNN and streaming live on Max. When allergies throw a sucker punch, the power of Claritin D punches back harder. Get fast, powerful relief of your worst symptoms, like nasal congestion. Claritin clears.
Wow. Sorry about my shine. It's giving you off. So is your hair. Thanks, girl. Who do you think you are? It's no big stuff. You never gonna get my love. Just no big stuff. Tell me, just who do you think you are?
Advil Targeted Relief. The only topical pain reliever with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact to target tough pain at the source for up to 8 hours by powerful relief. Advil Targeted Relief.
What is that musty smell?
Oh, damn!
Damn! Oh, damn!
Hey, language. Damper traps excess moisture to eliminate musty smells. Get rid of the damp with Damp Rid.
At Fisher Investments, we may look like other money managers, but we're different.
How so?
We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest. So we don't sell any commission-based products.
Then how do you make money?
We have a simple management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
The clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority by getting to know their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more.
Wow. Maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
If you have heart failure or chronic kidney disease, Farxiga can help you keep living life because there are places you'd like to be. Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood and urine and bacterial infection between the anus and genitals, both which may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. Stop taking and tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness or swelling between the anus and genitals. Ask your doctor about Farxiga today.
Get Wiener Schnitzel's incredible $6 deal. 2 chili cheese dogs and chili cheese fries for just $6.
Applegate oven roasted turkey. Our meats are Applegate humanely raised with no antibiotics ever.
Nico has Sash in the right to Facebook.
I did the translation.
Saturday, the world premiere of a 2-part special event.
Kenny.
She's coming here.
Yes. The writer that has Barcelona swooning.
The writing captured the beating heart of the city.
Has 2 lifelong friends rethinking
Are you and Nico not even close? Do you believe in fate?
their own story.
I know what you want.
You do?
To Barcelona with Love premieres Saturday at 8, 7 Central on Hallmark Channel. Next day on Hallmark Plus.
On Apartments.com, our online lease generator means if you rent your place faster, you can say duplex. Okay. Apartments.com, the place
theme.
So we were rundown, just plans out the show. They had something else in this rundown, so I didn't realize this segment was going to be Harry Anton joining me for a segment, which I guess is about my birthday, because every year I'm surprised my birthday. I don't know why I should be surprised, but I was tricked again.
You know, you've been tricked again. This one, was on Kara, your EP, with this genius idea to futz with the rundown a little bit and fool you a little bit. Look, Anderson, this is something I do every year, the last few years, and I've been trying to plan it out. And ultimately, we decided on this little gift for you because someone who's known you far longer than I've known you. Cousin Mark, take it away.
Anderson Cooper, it's your old friend from Dalton, Mark Sadaka. I think the last time we really connected was back when I made your campaign videos for Dalton High School president. And FYI, you implemented no tariffs that year. Class is still very proud of you for it. My cousin, Harry Anton, asked me to make a birthday video for you, which I am more than happy to do, but I think I'm going to leave the singing to my father, Harry's uncle, Neil Sadaka, and as a special added surprise, I'm going to throw in my son, Michael Sadaka. So, happiest of birthdays, and take it away, guys.
Hi, I'm Neil Sadaka, and you're going to hear my grandson singing a birthday song for you, Anderson. Here we go. Bum, 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 tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Happy birthday, Anderson Cooper. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la. Happy birthday, Anderson Cooper. Tonight's the night I'm waiting for, because you're not leaving me anymore. You turned into the wonderful guy we've ever seen. Happy birthday, sweet 16.
Wishing you a happy birthday, Anderson. Hope it's the best.
Happy birthday, Anderson. Many, many more. We love you on CNN.
Oh, I went to high school.
You went to high school with Mark, my cousin.
Yes.
I believe he actually ran your student council campaign.
Yes, I guess I had forgotten that, but yes, that's true.
He and I always talk about it.
Yeah.
And they just did a fantastic job, and they did on very short notice.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. And Neil, I still can't go to Neil Sadaka. This is your uncle.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
He is 86 years old and looks fantastic.
He looks great.
He looks fantastic for 88. Look, beyond that, I wanted to give you, I have some giant balloons here for you.
Thank you very much.
There you go. You can.
Yeah, my kids will love this.
There you go.
Yes.
I also have a.
Wow.
I have a cake for you.
Wow, do you make that?
Bake the cake.
Thank you, Harry.
And in case you're wondering, I also have a pie for you.
Wow.
As well.
Look at that. That looks like that crack pie.
So, on behalf of everyone here, Anderson, happy birthday, my dear.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. That's it for us. The news continues. The Source with Caitlin Collins starts now.
Tonight, new reporting on how White House officials were caught off guard after Elon Musk unleashed on President Trump's signature bill. I'm Caitlin Collins, and this is The Source. Tonight, Elon Musk, the man who spent more than $290 million to help put Donald Trump back in the White House, is now calling his signature policy bill a, quote, disgusting abomination. It's a long way from what we witnessed in the Oval Office just about 100 hours ago, when Trump and Musk were heaping praise on one another on Elon's last day in the federal government. Now, cut to this, quote, I'm sorry, Musk posted today, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. But he didn't stop there. Musk also added it will massively increase the already gigantic budget deficit to $2.5 trillion and burden American citizens with crushingly unsustainable debt. He continued, Congress is making America bankrupt. And in November next year, we will fire all politicians who betrayed the American people. You notice there, he doesn't ever actually mention the president directly. And I was told by White House sources today that this very public broadside caught officials there by surprise. Musk to come out swinging against President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, but he made his criticism quite public on Tuesday, actually in the middle of the White House press briefing when he came out and called it a disgusting abomination, called it massive, and said it was filled with pork. Now, Republican senators might not have put it quite like that, but some of them have also expressed concerns with estimates that say that this bill, if passed as it is today, as it came to the Senate from the House, would add trillions of dollars to the federal deficit. The White House says those estimates and those Republican senators who have voiced concerns about that are blatantly wrong. In a sign of just how quickly things can change here in Washington, Democrats like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are now saying they agree with Elon Musk, while on the other side, nearly 4 months after he said that Musk had cracked the code on government spending, Speaker Mike Johnson is suggesting that Elon's opposition here is driven actually by his own business interests. The president's orbit today was highlighting to me how this bill would get rid of the $7,500 tax credit for new electric cars and also eliminate that clean energy credit that helped boost Tesla's bottom line in the first quarter. Both of those things that helped Musk, I should note, were passed by Democrats under President Biden.
With all due respect, my friend Elon is terribly wrong about the one big beautiful bill. I know that the EV mandate is very important to him. That is going away because the government should not be subsidizing these things. It's part of the Green New Deal, and I know that has an effect on his business, and I lament that.
In the past, Musk has advocated for getting rid of all credits and subsidies, I should note, but he's far from alone in the criticism of this massive spending bill. In the words of Republican Senator Chuck Grassley, he said, quote, "There's probably 53 Republican senators who'd like to see some changes." This is where I should note that there are a total of 53 Republican senators. I asked the White House press secretary earlier today about some of this criticism. You said recently that it is, quote, legally wrong to say that it adds to the deficit. You essentially said that an estimate from the Congressional Budget Office and other scorekeepers you believe are wrong. But Republicans like Ron Johnson and Rand Paul disagree. They are saying that it will add to the deficit. That is their concern. Is the White House's position that those two Republican senators are, quote, blatantly wrong?
It is. Those senators, it's not news that they disagree with this president on policy, and the president has vocally called them out for it and for their not having their facts together.
And when it comes to having their facts together, the White House clearly disagrees with the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office and its preliminary estimate that this big, beautiful bill would add $3.8 trillion to the national debt. But they aren't the only ones who have projected this. The Tax Foundation says it'll add $2.56 trillion. The Penn Wharton budget model estimates $2.79 trillion. And the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget puts the number at $3.1 trillion. My lead source tonight is the former Republican senator from Pennsylvania, Pat Toomey, who is known in Congress as a strong fiscal conservative. Maybe he's happy he's not on the Hill right now, sir. I think people might look at this and say, you know, which is it? Is it a big, beautiful bill, or is it a disgusting abomination, as Elon Musk puts it?
Yeah, I don't think it's either one, Caitlin. It's the result of the legislative process. First of all, it's often characterized as a spending bill. It's mostly not spending. It's mostly extending the 2017 tax reform, which brings me to the next point, which is when we talk about adding to the deficit, adding to it from what point? What is the increase? Implies a base level. And the base level that gives you these huge numbers is the assumption that we're going to let all of the lower taxes from 2017 expire, and we're going to have a big tax increase on all Americans. The 2017 tax reform, as you may recall, lowered taxes on everybody, and proportionally, the biggest cuts in taxes were for lower and middle income workers. So nobody ever thought that that's all going to go away and we're going to have a huge tax increase on all those people. And so I think these comparisons to the assumption that this big, huge tax increase was ever going to happen is badly flawed. Look, I think the right policy here is extend the expiring provisions of the 2017 tax reform. You know, in 2024, we are on track for federal tax revenue to be about 17.1, 17.2% of GDP. The 50-year average is 17.3. It's not as though we've suddenly just stopped collecting taxes. The problem we have with our budget is we spend way too much. My biggest criticism of this bill is it doesn't take really meaningful steps, the important steps we need to
curb the rate of growth of Medicaid. It could also do that with respect to Medicare. It doesn't even do anything with Medicare. But really, we haven't dealt with our budget situation until we curb the rate of growth of the entitlement programs.
Yeah, and of course, Republicans who voted for the tax cuts when Trump was in office the last time did so knowing that they'd expired, that this moment would come. But when it comes to what you are hearing, not just from Elon Musk, but Rand Paul and Ron Johnson about the real concern about it adding to the deficit, do you think that Elon Musk has a point here and that they have a point here in terms of what it will do if they do pass it as it is today?
Well, so a couple of things. First of all, I think Ron Johnson and Rand Paul have a very good point that more should be done to curb spending, because that is the problem. Spending has gone to 24% of our economy at the federal level, never mind what the states do. It's a huge increase from where it was not terribly long ago. So that's the real problem that we need to be addressing. By the way, back in 2017, I was there. I was one of the guys designing this tax reform, and it was projected that revenue would crater if we passed the bill. And in fact, revenue grew. It's a fact. You can look it up. There's revenue to the federal government grew after the tax reform, in part because economic growth was so strong. So at least extending those pro-growth features, I think, is just really, really important. What we've got to get our hands around is the rate of growth of spending.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about the different projections here that we're looking at, when Manu Raju asked Senator Lankford earlier today about the projection, he said, "Welcome to the math of Washington, D.C." Basically disputing the impact that this bill would have. But I think some voters might say, if the party can't agree on how to do the math here, how do we trust that they're saying that this is what this is going to look like in the end?
Look, it's been very transparent. You might not agree with it, but the budget process is very transparent. Everybody can read it. It's been reported on. The Republicans decided that they will use as the baseline the current policy that we've been living under for the last 8 years, not the assumption that taxes were suddenly going to increase dramatically. You can disagree with that decision, but it's completely transparent. I think it's a reasonable decision.
Do you think this is going to get done by the 4th of July? When you look at what the opposition is from, there's people like Josh Hawley who don't like the changes to Medicaid that are in here, and other senators that have those concerns. Ron Johnson and Rand Paul. I mean, you know these people. Do you think this is going to get this over the line?
Timing is very hard to predict. I really wouldn't want to speculate on that, but I do think that this will get done. It'll be difficult. It'll take a while. It'll be painful, and it won't be beautiful. But I do think it will get done. There's too much at stake, and Republicans do not want to deliver to the American people like the biggest tax increase in many decades, if not ever. And that's what will happen if nothing passes. That's what the Democrats are really supporting. Just go ahead and raise taxes on everybody. Republicans aren't going to do that. So I think we'll get something out of this process.
Yeah, that's what the White House is betting on. I want to ask you, I was watching an interview you did a few months before, a little bit before the election. You said you believed that President Trump was serious about tariffs and that he wasn't just trying to use it as some kind of negotiating tactic, like a lot of people might have thought, even though he has basically held these views on tariffs for decades. But when you look at your old job, are you surprised that Congress has not stood up to the president more on tariffs, since it is technically their job to regulate trade?
Yeah, and I was disappointed back when in Trump's first administration, I led a bipartisan effort to insist that if the president wants to invoke Section 232, for instance, and other provisions in law to raise tariffs, it had to be approved by Congress, because, as you correctly observed, the Constitution is very clear about this. Tariffs are the responsibility of Congress. So I would like to see Congress assert it. Rand Paul has been calling this out for some time now. I think the baseline should be, if the president wants to impose tariffs on another country, he can propose it. He's got to take it to Congress. He should get an expedited vote up or down without delay. But it should ultimately be in the hands of Congress. That's where the Constitution assigns the responsibility.
Former Senator Pat Toomey, great to have you tonight. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
My White House insiders are also here. Zolan Cano-Youngs from the New York Times, Jasmine Wright of Notice, and Laura Brown Lopez from the Leaders News Hour. Zolan, can we just talk about and take for a minute that Musk tweet
he posted in the middle of that and just basically went off on it.
It's emblematic. The fact that it came out during the White House press briefing is more emblematic of how inopportune timing this is for the White House right now. This had passed the House, met a self-imposed deadline by Speaker Johnson, but now it's going to the Senate. And really, at this point in President Trump's first term, this is now the priority to get this bill passed. Now you have somebody come out and, just absolutely attack it, assault it for its merit, say it's far too big, and also pretty much, say that, indicate that he would, that any Republican that would support this should lose their job. This is coming from the same guy that also spent millions of dollars in this past election that has the power to also sway primaries in a way as well. I do think it's a little bit ironic also that Elon Musk did criticize House Republicans for this bill when also he is instrumental in the makeup of this House and this Congress. He spent $20 million in this past election on House races, right? So now you have him criticizing this bill, but it does not come at an ideal time for the White House.
Yeah, I think the question is also, is the White House genuinely worried that this is going to hurt their efforts as they're trying to woo some of those lawmakers? I mean, Rand Paul and Elon Musk and everyone, and Thomas Massey from the House who was a no on this, they're all in agreement in terms of what this looks like and saying no to it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that the Republican senators have been in agreement of is that this bill will change. What they haven't had consensus about is how it will change and by how much. And so the question is whether or not this tweet or a series of tweets really from Elon Musk throws that lack of consensus even more out of whack. I just think that, when I've been talking to White House officials over these last, week and a half, when Donald Trump has had a couple of days out of the camera, doing down days at the White House, I've been asking them what has he been doing, and they've been very clear that he's been calling senators, something again that they weren't saying during the House process, making it clear that he's putting in the sweat equity and really trying to get folks to corral to his side and get something passed by that July 4th deadline. So even if the White House is not necessarily afraid that Elon Musk is going to derail this process in the end, it's certainly not ideal, it's certainly not opportune, and it also does not swim in the direction that they want all Republicans to swim in, which is for Donald Trump.
Yeah. I mean, the margins are so thin, and that's the issue, which is that a series of tweets like this from Elon Musk could embolden those fiscal conservatives, the ones who are not happy with this adding to the deficit. What's interesting is that as they talk about and vent about the fact that this bill adds to the deficit, they aren't necessarily talking about tax revenue and talking about tax cuts, which even conservative economists will say tax cuts like that add to the deficit. And they don't want to talk about defense spending. So those are two of the biggest areas that if they actually wanted to talk about cutting spending, they could potentially do it. Instead, they are focused on Medicaid, the cuts to Medicaid, and they are saying that they want to potentially change other parts of the bill. So if you lose a few of the fiscal conservatives, who are you going to gain? Because the margins are so. Yeah, and also, I mean, just the fact that Musk is saying nothing about Trump directly. And Trump has not responded so far from what we've seen on Truth Social. He hasn't even commented on Elon Musk saying this or coming out and what Trump has been touting. But this also comes as the White House is sending up a package known as rescissions to Capitol Hill, which basically means here's what Doge did that we want you to make real, make formal. Except Doge claims it saved, tens of billions of dollars, like $170 billion. They're only sending $9 billion up to the Hill to them. And I asked Russ Vought about that at the White House earlier today. This is what he said. Why are you not sending all of the Doge cuts up to Capitol Hill?
Yeah, I've been pretty clear about it. I want to make sure that they pass. Because I want to make sure that you take the first tranche and see if it passes. The wider you do in terms of a package, the harder it is to pass. And if it doesn't pass, this is the real world, and we will lose flexibility that we have to use executive tools to find other ways to make the Doge cuts permanent.
I wonder how Elon Musk hears that.
Absolutely, and that also seems to indicate some concern as well on the part of the White House and the chance of getting some of these cuts passed as well. I think it's important to note, a lot of that would be cuts to foreign aid. It's also cuts to PEPFAR as well, which has helped combat AIDS around the world. You've already seen Susan Collins come out and push back against that. So I think it indicates some concern the White House of Congress's ability to pass that. But also, if you're Elon Musk and you've been trying to defend this process of Doge, you've got to be dumb that you're not going to like that answer.
The translation is also that if Congress doesn't pass these cuts, then those cuts aren't permanent. Then essentially
They all get refunded.
They all get refunded. They're all reversed, and so Elon Musk's entire work with Doge essentially goes away because these lawsuits are not going to go away, and a lot of the cuts have been paused because of the lawsuits.
And it calls into question what Doge does without Elon Musk, right? They no longer have their leader. They no longer have the person that can just call up Donald Trump and say, push these things through. Give your blessing to these cuts that I want to do, even though they're going to be controversial. And so, if you're not getting them made permanent in the House and they're facing injunctions in the courts, why go forward with it?
Yeah, and maybe they don't want to vote on it and put their name on it. We'll see. Great to have all your reporting here tonight. Up next tonight, we do have breaking new details this hour. They're just coming into the source about that horrific anti-Semitic attack that happened in Boulder, as the community is still reeling tonight from the violence. My next source is the New England Patriots owner, Robert Kraft, who also founded a foundation to combat anti-Semitism.
A CNN special event, Saturday, a landmark television event for the first time ever. Broadway goes live on television. George Clooney from the fight to television. Goodbye. One more. Live on CNN and stream live on Max. I thought it was good. Those who try me found more energy in just 2 weeks.
And a protein blend to keep muscles up to 7 hours.
Take the shot. Wes Anderson's The Phoenician Scheme is a hilarious 4-star adventure.
It's a delicious concoction. You're drunk.
And the funniest movie of the year.
Don't be so angry.
The Phoenician Scheme. Rated PG-13. In theaters everywhere this Friday.
A diagnosis doesn't define you. Even ATTR cardiac amyloidosis. You've come a long way. Your path was never set in stone. You charged ahead. So why would life with ATTR-CM define you? You have a power of choice. Atruba is an oral medicine used to treat adults with ATTR-CM to reduce death and hospitalization related to heart problems. People taking Atruba saw an impact on health-related quality of life and were 50% less likely to be hospitalized for heart issues, giving you more chances to do what you love with who you love. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant, like become pregnant, or are breastfeeding, and about the medications you take. The most common side effects were mild and included busy living.
When you're ready to begin treatment for chronic lymphocytic leukemia, Calquence helps you do the fighting. And you can do the exploring. You can do the splashing, the sightseeing, and the playing. Calquence is an oral targeted therapy for CLL. More patients begin with Calquence than any treatment of its kind. And Calquence is proven to work better than chemoimmunotherapy in patients with previously untreated CLL. Calquence can cause serious side effects which may lead to death. This includes serious infections, bleeding problems that may increase with blood thinners, decreased blood counts, new cancers to other organs including skin cancers, heart rhythm problems, and liver problems. Tell your doctor if you have flu-like symptoms, blood in stool or urine, fast or irregular heartbeat, dizziness, feeling faint, chest discomfort, shortness of breath, stomach pain, dark urine, or yellowing skin. These are not all the possible side effects. Use sun protection. Calquence may harm an unborn baby. Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can focus on the things you're loving. Ask your doctor if Calquence is right for you.
There's a reason Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. A heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country moving, doing what they do best. Helping neighbors, pitching in, getting it done. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver, dependability comes standard.
Get Wiener Schnitzel's incredible $6 you get 2 chili cheese dogs and chili cheese fries for just $6.
Applegate oven roasted turkey. Our meats are Applegate humanely raised with no antibiotics ever.
Coming up, one destination, one epic giveaway. This summer, the quest for the Holy Grail Olympics arrives at the Alamo Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Starting June 1st, Club Zorno members will have 5 ways to own a piece of history and action number 1.
Let's kids be kids. Like a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old is not an adult. As soon as they turn that age, they should not be asking to send their parent. So they should rent in a house and they don't have a car and they don't know where they're going to live. They're trying to figure out so many things.
Newsnight with Abby Phillip, live tonight at 10 on CNN.
We have some breaking news this hour as the visas for the family of the man who was charged in Sunday's anti-Semitic attack in Boulder, Colorado, have now been revoked by the State Department. On X tonight, the White House posted this update with, quote, the wife and 5 children of illegal alien Mohammed Solomon have now been captured and are now in ICE custody for expedited removal. They added in all caps, quote, they could be deported as early as tonight. Sans Priscilla Alvarez is my source on these developments tonight. And Priscilla, obviously this has been something you reported earlier about his family being taken into custody. What do we know about this right now with the stands?
Yeah, this has been fascinating over the course of the day because earlier we had learned that they had been taken into custody. They being the wife and the 5 children. Now we are learning that they are being put on a pathway to deportation. So what does this really look like? Well, it depends on how they came in. What we're learning is that they came in through visas because the State Department is revoking those visas. And the reason that that's important, Caitlin, is because of the way that the deportation proceedings are going to continue moving forward. If you enter on a visa, you have to go before an immigration judge. Now, they can move pretty quickly to deport someone over the course of their immigration hearings, but generally the expedited removal that the White House is talking about, well, if you are admissible to the United States, you are legally allowed to enter, as appears to be the case with this family, then they wouldn't be on those fast-track deportation proceedings. So you can see how it's going to get a little complicated here for the administration as they try to move through this process quite quickly, and that's exactly what the White House is saying in their post by noting that they could be deported as early as tonight. The other tricky thing with this is how it intersects with the investigations. The Department of Homeland Security Secretary earlier today said that they were going to investigate, quote, to what extent his family knew about this horrific attack. So clearly the Department of Homeland Security is trying to get more information from the family as to what they knew, anything more they can share about their husband and father. But certainly as all of this is happening, they are clearly being put on these, on a pathway to be deported quite quickly.
Yeah, okay. So Alvarez keeps updated with what's happening there and those updates. A witness of Sunday's horrific attack described to CNN what he saw that day and also why he wanted to speak out about it.
I don't want to just move on. I want to make sure that the truth is told. I want to make sure that people know clearly this was an anti-Semitic attack. I was here. I heard what he said. I heard him clearly say, "You burnt my people," or "You burnt my people." I immediately saw this guy standing here, guy here, smoke here, blood over here, smoke coming, literally coming from 2 feet.
Just awful to hear. My next source tonight is Patriots Chairman and CEO Robert Kraft, who founded the Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism. And it's great to have you here, sir. I think a lot of people are used to seeing you in obviously a much different capacity, but what this moment has done and what happened in Boulder has just highlighted a scary pattern that we're seeing in the last few months in the United States. I mean, one of the victims here was a Holocaust survivor, and I wonder what went through your mind when you heard that another attack on Jewish Americans had happened.
$5 billion plus.
Well, Caitlin, it's a pleasure to be with you. And I'll just tell you that there's been 3 events that have happened that have really shook me up. What happened to Governor Shapiro in Pennsylvania, what happened out in D.C. with a couple of young people who were just employees of the embassy in Washington, and then what happened yesterday in Boulder, or a couple days ago. People are afraid to call it what it really is. That gentleman you just had on, he called it anti-Semitism right from the start. And I'm very concerned that our political leaders and other people in the news area don't report it as blatant anti-Semitism. And, we've let this go on, and it's happened at college campuses now for quite a long time. And we need need people to speak up and call it for what it is.
You started the foundation to combat anti-Semitism in 2019 after the Tree of Life synagogue attack. That was the deadliest attack on Jews in American history. I think people might find themselves tonight wondering, what should happen next year? What does this look like in a moment like this one? And I wonder what you've heard from people about this.
Well, I'll tell you, wherever I go in America now, people come up to me on the street and say, I'm scared. I'm afraid to speak out on what my background is. And they thank me for doing it. And, we started this foundation. We saw Charlotte grow in 17, and then the Tree of Life in 18. And in 19, we got an award where we had $1 million and wanted to find some group we could give it to that was making a difference. And we found that most groups we investigated were either confrontational or academic. And we wanted to do something that could educate the 80% of Americans who are good people who just don't understand what's happening. And we are data-driven. We interview a substantial number of people every 90 days, and we try to figure out to get the good Americans to speak up and be counted. And because, the Jewish people are the canary in the coal mine. The hatred stops there, but it multiplies into every other area. The foundation we started is because I saw what went on in Germany in the 30s, and I didn't want America to be like the 40s in Germany.
You're wearing this blue pin tonight as you're talking about this and the work that you've done and making things happen going forward. What can you tell us about that pin?
Well, this pin is a symbol of unity and solidarity, sisterhood, brotherhood, all people arm in arm. One of the leading bankers in America wears it every day. We have a number of sports celebrities, people in Hollywood. We're told close to 5 million people are doing it, and we want it to be a symbol for everyone who wants to stop the hatred that is going on against so many different groups. And anyone who might like a free blue square, just reach out to us at fcas.org. We're happy to send a free blue square to anyone. And I believe 5 to 10 years from now, this symbol will be so important for people who want unity in this country.
It's a beautiful message. Robert Kraft, it's great to have your voice on this. Thank you so much for joining us here on The Source tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Up next, we're going to get a check-in here in Washington. My bipartisan congressional sources are here, one Republican, one Democrat. What do they have to say about the remarkable back and forth today, as some Republicans are now acknowledging they didn't fully read that bill that they voted on before doing so?
Eva Longoria, Searching for Spain, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after trying Humira, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill from the makers of Humira that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. And even at the 3-year mark, many people felt this relief. Rinvoq can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Ask your rheumatologist if switching to Rinvoq is right for you.
And take back what's yours.
What you doing, Zach? I'm rehearsing for our T-Mobile minute T-Mobile Home Internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet.
Wow, you're good. Get T-Mobile Home Internet, just $35 a month with our 5-year price guarantee.
We asked Howie Mandel to describe new hands-free cozy fit Skechers Slip-ins. They're like little cozy little slippers for the street. Introducing new hands-free cozy fit Skechers Slip-ins. Ultra comfortable sneakers you just step into with no bending down attachment.
You almost here.
Do it all with Steel batteries. Steel deals. Now is the best time to save big on over 40 hardworking Steel tools. Hurry into your local Steel dealer or shop online.
The Chosen, last summer.
Check this out. Red Buffalo disappear.
How did you do that?
Honey, he's a magician. Let him
See what happens when you get on that. Everything's done.
Here I am. He'll fix that first. Before preventing migraine with Lepta, it was hard keeping plans. And look at me now. I'll never truly forget migraine, but if Lepta reduces attacks, making more zero migraine days possible. Don't take it for granted to Lepta. Get help right away for serious allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face slip, or tongue swelling, itching, or rash, which may occur when taking Lepta or days after. Common side effects include nausea, constipation, and sleepiness. Learn how AbbVie can help you save. Lepta. But forget you get migraine medicine. For just $9.99, try Domino's new Shortcut Stuffed Crust Pizza with Bulgaria. New hair top with delicious mixes in every bite, but half the calories.
Applegate oven roasted turkey. Our meats are outdoors and mainly raised with no antibiotics.
Every mile, every place, every bit of pain traded for every heart-fought place. They're all jammed inside every key. Go ahead, open it again.
Some things should be watered down. Like a bold story. What a great bourbon. Wild turkey. Trust your spirit.
My happy place. One place I could truly be myself.
I want people to experience this beautifully diverse city. There's no other place like it.
My Happy Place, Sunday at 10 on CNN.
As President Trump is working the phones and calling Republicans and urging them to pass what he is calling the Big Beautiful Bill, we're learning tonight that some House Republicans who voted for it may not have actually read all of it. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene wants the Senate to remove a provision in the bill that, yes, she voted for, that would restrict states from regulating artificial intelligence, arguing that it violates the states' rights and saying, quote, full transparency, I did not know about this section, it was 278 279. I would have voted no if I knew this was in there. Last week, we heard from Republican Congressman Mike Flood of Nebraska, who said he was shocked a crowd when he admitted that he had not read portions of the president's bill before voting to pass it. Also tonight, we're hearing from Republican Scott Perry, who is sharing Elon Musk's sentiments of this bill, saying that he wished he had a nickel for every time that the Freedom Caucus sounded the alarm and nobody listened. Perry did not mention there in that tweet that, in fact, he also voted yes on this bill, which passed by a 215-214 margin with one present vote. My congressional sources tonight are Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez of Texas and Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Did both of you read this bill? I mean, it was quite lengthy. It was 1,100-ish or so pages, I guess I should note here.
Yes, and what I'd say is there's not one bill I think I've ever voted for that I've agreed 100% with. Every bill either doesn't go far enough or doesn't go far enough or
goes too far. So it's not uncommon for members, to not agree with a bill they vote.
But what did you make of what Scott Perry was saying tonight in terms of saying, if I had a nickel for every time that this was a complaint, but then he did vote yes on it. It wasn't really someone who was, they were the part of the group just talking to White House, but they did eventually vote yes on this.
As politics, I think a lot of times you have people that are going to say one thing and do another. I mean, that's literally politics 101. What I'd like to see is people stand up and push back against some of the really terrible things and make sure a final product, whatever comes out, is indeed that big, beautiful bill that we're all waiting for.
How do Democrats see this? I mean, we're watching a lot of them come out and praise Elon Musk today now that he's criticizing it, which is not the first from Democrats over the last 6 months or so.
Well, first of all, good for Marjorie Taylor Greene, because I did actually point out this provision that this bill has a moratorium for 10 years on any state and in having any regulation on AI to protect truck drivers' jobs, to protect kids from social media. It was one of the worst provisions. Some of us did talk about it, and I'm glad that she's now speaking about it because it's a horrible provision. We need to get it out. Oh, look, this isn't politics. You've got Jamie Dimon, you've got Ray Dalio saying that this bill is going to add $3.8 trillion to the deficit. I've known Elon for 15 years. He cares about the deficits. He really wanted to lower them because of the bond market, because of the interest rates, and this does the exact opposite. And they're sounding the alarm, and the bond markets are sounding the alarm. Ray Dalio is saying, be very afraid of the bond markets.
What are your thoughts on that? And also, actually, what I'm most interested in is Speaker Mike Johnson, and something that is coming out of the White House tonight, too, I should note, saying basically he's just opposed to this because it goes against his business interest with the electric vehicle credits.
I think Elon is spot on. I think in his ability to point out he should always push back against government bureaucracy. And I love the fact that he's willing to do that. And I hope he never changes. I think when we think of the Constitution, we the people, we should all be doing that. Once again, democracy is the worst form of government other than all the other ones, right? That's what Winston Churchill said. So I think it's important for us to always question, for our political leaders to always question and make sure, once again, that final product that gets delivered is in fact the talking points that both sides are doing. At the end of the day, people want more money in their pockets. They want to feel safe. Why was President Trump elected? He was elected because this country was headed down the wrong track. He put the economy back on track. He's doing that to keep people safe. The border is secure. All these things are working.
You say Elon Musk is on point, but do you agree with him that it's a disgusting abomination, as he put it today?
I agree that there is not one vote I've ever taken that I've said, yes, that is imperfect.
But those aren't the same things.
No, they aren't. No, they aren't. My job isn't to go. My job is to vote yes or no. I get 3 options when I put that card in the on the House floor. Yes, no, or maybe. Right? You can't do maybe. So it's either yes or no. And you make the best product you possibly can. I want more people to push and make sure that final product is indeed delivered.
Let me try and make it constructive. I heard the earlier interview with Senator Toomey, and he was saying, we need to extend these tax cuts for the middle class and the working class. How about this? If you extend those tax cuts for the middle class and working class, let's just take them away for the billionaires in my district, for the very wealthy. We'd save over $1 trillion on that deficit. That would be a first step. Look, this isn't politics. You've got people on the right, on the left saying that we cannot support the kind of deficit spending. They're exploding the deficit for tax breaks for the various wealthiest.
Yeah, and that's the real question is when does it get to the tipping point? If you keep adding to the deficit, typically this happens in times of a war or severe economic downturn. That's not happening right now. So what happens if you do add to this? And it's not just, the Congressional Budget Office. There are real concerns from people about what this could mean.
Am I in the twilight zone? I'm hearing Democrats talk about the deficit. Where was this 4 years ago? Where was this the last 4 years when Biden was burning cash as fast as he could to prevent against COVID? Oh, look, I agree. I think we need to tackle the deficit. I think that's an important issue. We need to go line by line and determine where are our taxpayer dollars going. We also need to grow the economy. And putting more money in our pockets, not in Washington, D.C., should be the priority. And we should question, just like Elon is doing, question every line item. What Doge has done, I think, is incredible. I think it's important for Congress to codify a lot of these cuts.
So why is the White House only sending no one can really explain. Russ Vogt did try this earlier, but why they're only sending $9 billion? Are you fully prepared to vote on all $175 billion that Doge says it cut if the White House sent it up to the Capitol?
What I want to see is I want to see the appropriate We're the original Doge committee. It is our job to literally go line by line and determine what do you do here? Do you need more money? Because there are programs that are working, right? We shouldn't cut programs, pull the rug out for programs that work. We should add to that. And the programs that don't work should go away. That's why we were elected. That's what we should be debating and discussing. A lot of times the politics gets in the way, but I'd like to see the Appropriations Committee not just go in there and hit yes and say it's a wonderful thing, but actually do the work.
Well, look, I just think we need the facts. We have a deficit right now that's 7% of GDP. This will take the deficit to 8 to 8.5% of GDP in peacetime. We haven't had that. The average deficit for the last 50 years have been 4%, and it's to fund tax breaks for the very, very wealthy. And if you're just 83% of the tax breaks are going to the richest folks, the billionaires in my district don't need it. We're $14 trillion. They're going to do AI. They're going to do just fine. Let's get the fiscal house in order. And I hope the Senate is going to make some
I'd say this, but when we're talking about this, there's fires, there's hurricanes, there's droughts, there's screw worms out in Mexico that are on the way to knock out the beef industry. There are a lot of issues that Congress should be tackling. We're not tackling all the important ones.
Well, so, I mean, I think people might say, then why are you doing something else? I mean, you're two members of Congress right here.
Yeah, and
you're not tackling the issues that you think are important. Why not?
I think we are doing that. I think in our committees we're doing that. We're bringing it to light on it. It is important to continue to do that. And like I said, who's talking about screw worms? They are. They will once this parasite hits the United States and you can't get beef. They'll talk about cyber once a cyber intrusion hits, and all of a sudden you can't get gas in the gas.
Congressman, great to have you both. We love to have people from both sides of the aisle here tonight. Also up next, it was this arrest that happened outside that ICE detention center that we covered here. It led the mayor of Newark today to sue a former top Trump attorney. Mayor Ross Baraka is my source tonight.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta in Atlanta, and this is CNN.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision working in lockstep puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
Ooh, baby back ribs, saucy.
Dinner guy, hot.
Don't you just love that you can take it all?
How'd you like to take it?
Well, we did drive here together.
Come on, let's weigh and pay and go home.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and ensure complete with 30 grams of protein.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still pass CIDP,
I have a chance to
live vividly.
Vyvgart Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting the fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one.
That's how we live vividly. Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for self-injection. Advil Targeted Relief. The only topical pain reliever with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact to target tough pain at the source for up to 8 hours of powerful relief. Advil Targeted Relief.
What is that musty smell?
Oh, damn!
Damn! Oh, damn!
Hey, language. Vyvgart traps excess moisture to eliminate musty smells. Get rid of the damn with Damn Rid.
Fanapt Allopurinol is approved for adults with bipolar I disorder with acute, mixed, or manic episodes. Unlike some drugs for bipolar 1 disorder, nausea, vomiting, and restlessness are not common with Fanapt. Fanapt may be associated with serious side effects. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis treated with antipsychotics are at increased risk of stroke or death. Fanapt is not approved for elderly with dementia-related psychosis. Fanapt prolongs the QT interval and may be associated with abnormal heart rhythm or sudden death. In 5% or more of people in clinical trials, heart rate decreases, dizziness, hypertension, weight gain, dry mouth, stuffy nose, sleepiness, and increases in liver enzymes have been observed. These are not all the side effects. Talk to your prescriber and learn more at fanapt.com by Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
Where does the time go? Where does the time go? Until this week, my dad did not know where he was from. I'm African American, I want to know where I come from. It means the world to share ancestry with my dad. So Nigeria, that's where it all started. So they've broken it down by regions, by journeys, and by care. The commitment is deep. And it adds more complexity to our lives too. It adds more color. My pops is my fuel, my family, my community. This is my way of saying thank you to him.
And with the best in military right now, Flyeby is the safest in Sinaloa, looking for any signs of cartel activity. They're showing us what they've just discovered. Pretty sizable synthetic drug lab. Our contact here on the ground has managed to secure a meeting with a member of the cartel. People are dying on a daily basis. Children are afraid to go to school. Do you have any sense of remorse over your role and your involvement in this group?
One time it was 69 cents. Nacho was 69 cents.
Tonight, the Democratic mayor of New Jersey's largest city is suing the state's top federal prosecutor, who also happens to be President Trump's former personal attorney. Newark Mayor Ross Baraka claims that Alina Habba targeted him with quote, malicious prosecution after he was arrested outside a federal immigration detention center last month. That day, the mayor, who was running for governor, I should note, joined three House Democrats to visit Newark's controversial immigration facility for an oversight tour. Their visit ultimately turned into a total frenzy of pushing, shoving between federal officials, lawmakers, and protesters. You can see Mayor Baraka here. He's wearing a red tie and a brown coat. In the middle of the scrum, his arms are being held behind his back by federal officers as they were placing him under arrest. That arrest led to a trespassing charge, which the interim U.S. attorney, Habba, abruptly dropped just 2 weeks later. Now, Baraka's lawsuit accuses Habba of a false arrest, violation of his constitutional rights, and defamation. My source tonight is the U.S. mayor himself, Baraka. It's great to have you here, sir. Some people may look at this and say, the charge was dropped. What would you say Alina Habba now?
Well, obviously, we have a history with both parties of that, which was to make sure that these charges were dismissed, and they were. After that, I think that they should at least have the decency to apologize, to write a letter, to say that this was unfounded, and they shouldn't have arrested me in the first place, especially after all the things they said on TV. Right after that, the things that they tweeted while I was being arrested. I think that they owe me and the people of Newark an apology.
And we've been seeing Alina Habba respond to this since you filed. She must have gotten wind of the lawsuit coming because she posted last night and said, "My advice to the mayor, feel free to join me in prioritizing violent crime and public safety. Far better use of time for the great citizens of New Jersey." Do you expect that you'll get that apology?
I don't know, I hope so. I actually agree with her right there. We should be spending our time. That's what I told her when she first came to the state, to be a U.S. attorney, to tell the U.S. attorney that we should be doing that. Not talking about the governor or the attorney general or the senator or making up statements about Newark. Our efforts in Newark with all of the U.S. attorneys that have been here, both Republican and Democrat, have been stellar. Our relationships have been great. We reduced violence in the city by 61%. By the help of our federal partners. This is the first time that we have this kind of ongoing dispute. We don't ask each other who we voted for president, and we need help reducing violence in our city. This has turned into a matter, a show here in the state of New Jersey. This needs to stop. It's unwarranted, and it's a distraction.
And when it comes to all of this, people look at this, we had you on the last time that we had were talking about that. The lawsuit was filed before the primary. You are running
our lawyers filed a lawsuit at the time that they thought it was necessary to file it. I didn't have any say so when it was going to be filed, or that they were going to be filed on. And ultimately, bad comes with the good. People jump out on me on the street, these kind of wild, right individuals who say mind criminals and murderers, chasing my car. We've got death threats in the city. And so this hasn't been all peaches and cream, because we're doing what we're doing. I mean, the country is deeply divided on this issue, and so is the state. So while you do get praise, you also get some folks who don't like what's happening and are very aggressive with it.
Yeah. Mayor, please keep us updated on what happens next year, and if any other lawsuits that you plan to file, and we'll have you back. Thank you so much, Mayor Ross Baraka. Appreciate your time tonight. Up next, the Knicks finally made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, but they just fired their head coach. Why? And why now?
They couldn't accept them.
There are a certain kind of people who are the lifeblood of democracy, never stray in their pursuit of what matters. What matters is Live Saturday at 7 on CNN. I'm streaming on Max.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I paid for.
Sling let you do that, Club Boy.
Choose and customize your channel or cost and watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
That's why we do it, Marcy.
It really makes all the effort worth it. Gardening, indexing, making a clean new home stock on, really control. People are
Homes.com. We've done the home.
There's a reason shipping is called the heartbeat. A heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country moving, doing what they do best. Only American Post in one truck. Get every show truck, like every show driver.
If you have heart failure or chronic kidney disease, Garcia can help you live your life, because they're the place you'd like to be. Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood and urine, and bacterial infection between the anus and genitals, both which may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract infections, and low blood sugar. Stop taking it. Tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness or swelling between the anus and genitals. Ask your doctor about Farxiga today.
Upset stomach? Ibirogast. Indigestion? Ibirogast. Bloating? Ibirogast. Thanks to the unique combination of herbs, Ibirogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Ibirogast. The stream is on, and the critics are in. The Los Angeles Times calls Wes Anderson's The Vengeance like dazzle. It's the 4-star funniest film of the year. Focus on tired. The Vengeance scene, rated PG, 18 years over every star. Arthritis causes pain in your joints. Unlike pills, Voltaren gel is applied to the side of pain, penetrating deep through the skin to the joint, reducing intense pain and stiffness, so you can move more freely. Voltaren, clinically proven, long-lasting arthritis pain relief. Your ears listen incredible. $6 deal. Huge numbers you've got. Yeah, James, this house for just $6. It's not very easy. The secret is slightly unexpected. The Jesus Gardens experience what lies beyond.
None of ours are because of this time. Burma's #1 entertainment destination. Grab your tickets today to see Hostel Halsey, July 6th, Christian singer Lauren David August 2nd, and Def Leppard August 20th. Visit yomabaear.com for more details. Must be
brought to you by MesoBook.com.
If you are a loved one of Helium, we'll send you a free book to answer questions. Call now, and we'll come to you at number 821-4000.
Finally tonight, three things that we did with this. Earlier today, I asked the White House about a story that we've been following very closely here on The Source. Donald Reagan, another day ago, the Homeland Security Secretary said, and I'm quoting now, that an illegal alien threatened to assassinate President Trump and highlighted the risks. And he has now been framing him, saying he wrote a letter down to DHS Secretary Christina and posted online. Last I checked, we're that goes just to all from DHS. Does the White House expect them to issue clarification or correction on that front? Ask the Department of Homeland Security to get back to them. When CNN asked for an update, the Department of Homeland Security sent us the same comment that it shared at the beginning of all of this, stating that the investigation into the threat is ongoing, and quote, over the course of the investigation, the migrant was determined to be in the country illegally, and that he had a criminal record, will remain in custody. Also tonight, 3 days into Pride Month, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered the U.S. Navy to rename the USNS Harvey Milk, named after the gay rights icon who once served as a diving officer during the Vietnam War. Milk was one of the first out-gay politicians elected to office here in the United States, but now, after this 3.5 years in service, Hegseth is taking the rare step to give that ship a new name. If you're quiet enough tonight, you might still hear a Knicks fan heart shattering into a million pieces after they have just fired their head coach, Tom Thibodeau, after a 51-season win and a playoff run that had the streets of New York City and orange and blue bing bong fuels hysteria in the last few weeks. No word yet on who the team is going to tap in pieces, but there is a big question tonight about how do you justify firing a coach who won 4 playoff series in 3 years, and the Knicks only won a single playoff series in 1982. Thanks so much for joining us. CNN News Night, Gabby Phillip is up next.
Tonight, Mr. Mars goes scorched earth. The man who Donald Trump considers a genius is calling the big, beautiful bill disgusting. Plus,
is that okay for your dad to have a blue coin or as bad as when I was for the Clinton Foundation?
Junior gets confronted on his father blurring the lines and draws fictional defenses. Also, at the start of Pride Month, Pete Hegseth erases a gay rights icon from a ship and considers throwing more of history's heroes overboard. And from stoned love,
there have been 3 great choices. They're courageous and they're brilliant.
To nothing but heartaches, why the president's livid with his Supremes. Live at the table, Cornel West, Joe Borelli, Xochitl Hinojosa, and Cher Michael Singleton. Americans with different perspectives aren't talking to each other, but here they do.
Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Let's get right to what America is talking about. Republicans are betraying the American people. Those are not my words. Those belong to Elon Musk. Donald Trump's first friend is livid tonight. He's calling the president's spending bill a massive, outrageous pork-filled and a disgusting abomination. Musk is also encouraging voters to fire everyone who's supporting the bill. Now, this comes at a critical time as the president tries to shore up support in the Senate for that bill. But it's not working so far. He's lashing out at Senator Rand Paul, who says he can't vote for a bill that increases the national debt. Senator Ron Johnson says the bill doesn't cut spending nearly enough. The White House says that both of those Republicans don't have their facts straight.
They are saying that it will add to the deficit. That is their concern. Is the White House's position that those 2 Republican senators are blatantly wrong? It is. Those senators, it's not news that they disagree with this president on policy, and the president has vocally called them out for it and for their not having their facts together. I would add the Congressional Budget Office has been historically wrong. In fact, they predicted the Trump tax cuts from the president's first term in 2017. So those tax cuts had nearly $500 billion more in revenue than the Congressional Budget Office scored.
Let's unpack that for now. As Levitt says, the CBO can't be trusted because its analysis of Trump's 2017 tax cuts were so off. But they weren't. Let's look at the numbers. It overstated growth for 2018 by
just 0.3% and underestimated growth the next year by just 0.2%. And while revenue for the last 7 years was $1.5 trillion higher than the estimate, experts say that is chalked up to inflation and the pandemic. Okay, so let's say you think the CBO is wrong or is partisan, even though Speaker Mike Johnson thought it was credible when Biden was president. There are 3 other independent reports that also say that the bill is going to balloon the deficit and say nothing close to what the White House is claiming. This has been clear from the very beginning that this bill is a spending bill. It raises the deficit. You can say it's for a good reason or a bad reason, whatever it is. But why do they continue to misdirect, lie to the public about what it actually does?
Well, I think that the White House's argument is predicated upon economic growth outpacing the expansion of the deficit. I can understand that argument if you have significant cuts. What Musk is saying, which I think any person who's ever run a business in this country will probably agree with, you can't cut taxes while maintaining the same level of expenditures. That's just not possible. The CBO says by 2010 or 10 years rather, our debt will be the #1 line item in the federal budget. By 2050, they're expecting a 180% increase in our deficit. It's going to be twice as much of the gross production that we produce yearly. So our inability to pay this thing is not good for Americans, it's not good for taxpayers, it's also not good for the standing of the dollar globally. So I understand what Musk is saying. I think this bill ultimately is going to change into a number of iterations before it goes back to the House. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, and Musk is, he's right that the bill is not what they said that they were going to do. But it's been amazing. I mean, Caroline Levitt, Stephen Miller, they are insisting, hand on the Bible, that this thing is not increasing the deficit. And there's no universe, even with blockbuster growth, in which it does not.
Well, there has been lie after lie, whether it has been on increasing the deficit and their lies there and even calling out people not being party. They're also talking about, and they said a long time, that there have been waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid, and there are undocumented immigrants on it, and which is not true, and there have been reports of that. I think what's happening here and the political repercussions for the White House are pretty large. They have a big billionaire problem here. This is a man who is the largest donor to the Republican Party, is saying that people who voted for this bill, that walked the plank for Donald Trump, should potentially face consequences at a time when it's going to be very difficult for Republicans to win back the House. And so I think that, the White House is now has this billionaire problem. He just left a few days ago, and he's already kind of a thorn on their side. And we're only at the beginning here. Who knows what's going to happen in the years to come?
You know what I find fascinating? This is deeper than the politics. He uses the language of abomination. Now, see, that's biblical. Hebrew scripture, that means what? What God loathes and hates. When we turn to the New Testament, Jesus, Luke 16:15 says, it's an abomination to God to love money more than God. And loving God, we got to learn from Harris University, our dear Catholic brother. We know loving God is loving neighbor and giving a priority to the least of these, the poor and working people. So then the question becomes, is the budget itself immoral and unjust when it comes to taking from the poor and giving to the rich, redistributing the wealth available to the poor? Because the poor are getting cut in Medicaid and others, and the rich are benefiting. It may not be a vicious, callous thing, but these are the effects and consequences. So it's interesting that the richest man in the world, using biblical language, when Jesus is talking about love of money, is the very thing.
I will say this, I'm not sure that Elon is concerned about the cuts.
I know, I didn't say that.
No, he didn't say that. He wants more if it were up to him.
Absolutely.
Elon Musk came in, served a function for Doge, and they had some success, some controversy, some failure. That's been documented at this table for the last 3 months. The thing that Elon Musk doesn't understand is how to make the sausage. And if this feels like a rerun, it's because we were exactly in this position 3 or 4 weeks ago when the House was struggling to come up with votes to pass the big beautiful bill, right? At the end of the day, you're going to see some of these senators come home, right? They are not going to be responsible in their home states for the biggest tax increase on the middle class, right? They are not going to be the ones who eliminate taxes on tips, taxes on overtime. They're not going to do it. So even though there's a lot of talk now about the need to cut more spending, I believe there will be more spending cut But at the end of the day, there's going to be
They have to cut the job. I just don't know how it's possible to balance this thing, looking at projections over the next several decades to not have some pretty extreme cuts. There's going to be a lot of pissed off people out there, if I'm being honest. But it's the only way to balance it.
Nothing has eliminated the deficit and its effect on sort of the economy more than economic growth over the last decades. Your total spend on the Vietnam War was $168 billion. That's half of what HUD spends today, right? So just general economic growth down the road. This bill does that. It provides $11,000 in spending for each take-home pay for each American. It provides tax credits, $2,500 for every family. I mean, these are the things that this is sustainable.
I don't disagree with protecting and codifying tax cuts. I think that's a good point as well. But again, we're conservatives. We've always been about austerity. We've always been about passing on an economic condition that is stronger for generations to come. I think we can go a whole lot further. I think Musk is right. There needs to be more cuts.
You know what? I want more cuts. But the sausage takes a lot of sweet.
Trump had nothing to do with conservatism we were talking about.
The irony is that there are all these members, Republicans, in the House who are now all of a sudden, now that Elon is speaking up, they're like, Scott Perry says, Elon is right to call out House leadership. I wish I had a nickel for every time the Freedom Caucus sounded the alarm and nobody listened, only to find out the hard way that we were right all along. We expect massive improvements from the Senate before it gets back to the House. Anyone want to guess what Scott Perry voted on this bill? Yes, no?
Well, tell us.
He voted yes. He supported the bill. I mean, I guess he thinks it's the Senate's job to produce a good bill. Marjorie Taylor Greene says she didn't even know about a part of the bill. She says on AI that violates states' rights. Eric Swalwell, a Democrat, responds, "You have one job to read the epic bill. Whatever happened?"
When you have staff that do nothing but analyzing the documents, that shouldn't be too much to have a good understanding. But are you going to remember every single, component of the bill?
Why would Scott Perry vote for the bill? Why would the entire Freedom Caucus vote for the bill and then come back after the fact and say, "Oh, this is a terrible bill," now that Elon says that? Because I think Elon Musk opened the door for now Republicans for it to be okay to criticize the bill. He's now going out there and saying, one of Trump's biggest allies. I don't know if you saw Speaker Johnson, but he started off his statement, "Well, I disagree with my friend Elon Musk." Everybody's worried about Elon Musk. He is the most powerful, wealthiest person in the world. And so I think that when it comes, he allows the Republican Party to now go out there and criticize it. And I think this is just the beginning.
I mean, Musk has given permission, but the Freedom Caucus, from day one, they have been very clear where they stand as it pertains to this bill and many bills from the past. That said, Mike Johnson is the Speaker of the House. The expectation is for the Speaker to bring his caucus together to pass this piece of legislation.
Hey, he
did that. He did his job. That doesn't mean everybody agrees with him.
Johnson and Trump have been lying and saying it would not contribute to the deficit. That's not true. That's just false. That's a lie. And therefore, we have to remember. Now, what's interesting is you didn't see Elon say, "Trump, you're lying," but by implication, he is. Because Trump said X and he said not X.
Well, Doc,
but is the military expansion. What is an abomination right now is what's happening in Gaza. And we are supporting, sponsoring, facilitating with money and equipment. That level of unbelievable misery, that level of unbelievable atrocity.
Well, they can get back to hostages.
But when you got 20,000 babies, my brother.
On the broader point,
we got the same value as religion. That's an abomination.
On the broader point of the spending, which is part of what he's raising here, Republicans are now in power. They are not willing to even consider cutting the parts of the government that they can tap into. Yeah.
I mean, look at China's expansion and their prioritizing military growth.
There's no conversation about, even Elon was saying a few months ago, waste, fraud, and abuse in the Pentagon. There's a whole report that has been written about where it is. Why not actually
go after those things. There's not even a conversation about it.
Well, with the reference for using Medicaid, and everyone's having a connection.
Well, that's because that's because
God forbid we want work
that's
requirements
because
for people on Medicaid.
the honest interpretation of what is in this bill is not just waste, fraud, and abuse. In fact, arguably, it is not at all waste, fraud, and abuse, because when you change the requirements for eligibility, that's not waste, fraud, and abuse. That's just changing the requirements for eligibility.
Sure, but
those are not the same thing.
requiring work, and I think that's a great thing.
Sure, that's not what you said.
I think that's a fantastic.
But that's not what you said, Joe. Is it? Are you changing the requirements, or are you going after waste, fraud, and abuse? Because it sounds like you're changing the requirements, and just say that. If that's what you're going to do, I think that's part of what's happening.
I wouldn't be opposed to us looking back to the early middle '90s and looking at what Clinton and Newt Gingrich did in terms of eliminating 340 plus thousand federal jobs. That yielded an ultimate surplus to the economy writ large. They had significant cuts across the board. I would actually encourage Republicans to do something like that. That's beneficial to the American.
Each of those other conversations happening, I think you're in the right spot. I think the Republicans conference this bill to death. And with a 3-seat majority, and my dear friend Andrew Garbarino sleeping through the damn vote, it took a lot of compromise to
Yeah, but they're not. There is almost nothing in the way of significant actual cuts. Okay, guys, we gotta leave it there for this conversation. Up next for us, the Defense Secretary erases the name of a gay icon from a Navy ship and is considering renaming others, including Harriet Tubman and Thurgood Marshall. Plus, see what happens when Don Jr. gets confronted about the shady crypto deals that are enriching his father and his family.
On the season finale of My Happy Place,
there's something about Thailand that seemed very welcoming to me.
Simu Liu finds wonder in Bangkok.
Bottoms up, let's do this. I would like a beverage.
My Happy Place with Simu Liu, Sunday at 10 on CNN.
Here I am, field trip chaperone.
Before preventing migraine with Qulipta, it was hard keeping plans.
And look at me now.
I'll never truly forget migraine, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making more zero migraine days possible.
Don't take it allergic to Qulipta. Get help right away for serious allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face slip, or tongue swelling, itching, or rash, which may occur when taking Qulipta or days after. Common side effects include nausea, constipation, and sleepiness.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Qulipta, the forget you get migraine medicine.
Did they just hop from a baseball game to a show on Max without leaving DirecTV?
It's like all their apps and channels are connected.
Oh, all connected. Shows, movies, sports, cooking shows.
Is she talking to us?
Tell me, how does DirecTV put all your favorite stuff on one home screen? Uncanny content suggestions based on your watch history? Mind control.
Were you recently electrocuted?
Introducing Genre Pack starting at $19.99 per month.
Well, I for one am intrigued.
So, what do you think about the Jeep Wrangler?
Very spacious. Loving the Fathom Blue.
What are you going to use it for?
Thwarting international terrorism, saving the world. That kind of stuff.
Probably as groceries. Sorry, we just saw Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, and we are very excited.
Let's drop.
No mission is impossible with a Jeep Wrangler.
Right? Diabetes. There's no slowing down. Each day is a unique blend of people to see and things to do. That's why you choose Glucerna to help manage blood sugar response. Uniquely designed with carb steady. Glucerna. Bring on the day.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now, I have Rinvoq, a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin. Plus, many had clear skin and less itch even at 4 years.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Upset stomach? Ibirogast. Indigestion? Ibirogast. Bloating? Ibirogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Ibirogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Ibirogast.
Get Wiener Schnitzel's incredible $6 deal. 2 chili cheese dogs and chili cheese fries for just $6.
Create your own sunshine for a tan every day, everywhere with Jergens Natural Glow.
One destination, one epic giveaway. This summer, the quest for the holy grail of comics arrives at the Yamaha Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Starting June 1st, Club Solano members will have 5 ways to own a piece of history and Action Comics #1. The comic book that saved the world, valued at over $400,000. Don't miss your chance to win on August 5th at Yamaha Resort and Casino. Details at yamaha.com. Must be 21 to winner. Please gamble responsibly.
Summer is my favorite time of year. It's easy to incorporate seasonal style in the living room with fun pillows and special touches. Now you have everything you need for the perfect summer. Summer is here at Living Spaces.
All the news, all on Laura Coates Live, tonight at 11 on CNN.
It's Pride Month, and the Pentagon is celebrating by removing the name of a gay rights icon from a naval ship honoring him. A defense official tells CNN that Pete Hegseth ordered the Secretary of the Navy to rename the USNS Harvey Milk. Milk became one of the first out gay elected officials in the United States when he won a seat on San Francisco's Board of Supervisors in 1977. Just a year later, he was assassinated. In a statement, the Pentagon said Secretary Hegseth is committed to ensuring that the names attached to all DoD installations and assets are reflective of the Commander-in-Chief's priorities, our nation's history, and the warrior ethos. Well, what the warrior ethos is exactly, that is unclear. Harvey Milk is a Navy veteran and served during the Korean War. In 1955, he was forced to resign because he was gay. And it's worth noting that on the list of names that they are reportedly considering, this is according to the CBS and the New York Times, CNN hasn't independently confirmed it, it's Thurgood Marshall, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Harriet Tubman, Dolores Huerta, Lucy Stone, Cesar Chavez, Medgar Evers, civil rights leaders, all of that, women and people of color.
Now, I think it's always very important to look at this through moral and spiritual lens. See, but I met Brother Harvey, and he supported World War in '64. He's a Jewish brother from Bayshore. He underwent a change and transformation. He was murdered, organized hatred against precious gay brothers and lesbian sisters, and trans, and black folk, and brown folk, and Jews, and Arabs, and Muslims, and white folk. All human beings can be hated. And we've got to put a stop to the cycle of any form of hatred. And it was Moscone was also assassinated. The mayor was assassinated the same day, right? And it was a supervisor who had voted against him who killed him, and then he committed suicide and they left jail. That's a level of spiritual decay back then that we still have to come to terms with today. So when I look at those, when I see Harriet Tubman, I say, oh my God, Harriet Tubman's too good to be on any U.S. ship anyway, to tell you the truth. But I mean, we don't get it.
That's a different conversation.
Exactly.
I mean, Harriet Tubman, talk about warrior ethos.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? Is the idea just that if you are a woman, if you are a person of color in American history, you don't get remembered or recorded on a ship, but if you are a Confederate traitor to this country, you do. I mean, Donald Trump, back in 2017, said it was sad to see the history and culture of our great country being ripped apart with the removal of our beautiful statues and monuments. You can't change history, but you can learn from it. Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson. I mean, that's worth defending, but not Harriet Tubman, Thurgood Marshall, Medgar Evers.
Medgar Evers, Harriet Tubman, I think their names should stay on the ships. I mean, these were incredible Americans who withstood insurmountable odds. I mean, certainly things that I certainly couldn't imagine today in the modern sense. And I would argue, thinking about the warrior ethos, and particularly Harriet Tubman, this is someone who I think really embodies what you would want in a warrior, someone with a level of courage and magnanimity. We talked about this once before, about a couple of years ago, And so I would certainly think she would be someone who would instill a sense of pride and fearlessness you would want in your warriors. I'm not exactly sure why the secretary is making this decision. I know he says he wants to move in a different direction. But with those three individuals in particular, I think we should leave their names on the sheet.
But is this really what we want our Secretary of Defense to be focused on right now? Do we want him to be focused on the strength of our military, keeping people safe, not someone's sexual orientation? I mean, this is the job of the Secretary of Defense, is to make sure that we have a strong military, not spend his time trying to figure out what is going to appease the far right or Donald Trump. And this is the problem with Hegseth. And I think that from the beginning, he has shown that he is not qualified for this job. He does not know how to do his job. And time after time after time, again, we continue to see that he has no idea what this job is about. He cannot lead the Department of Defense. And so I think it's a real question about why is he spending his time doing this?
It's 3 days into Pride Month, and clearly a signal is being sent to the LGBTQ community, but particularly on this issue of gay rights, which we had a conversation on the show about this yesterday, about the erosion of support for gay rights among conservatives. This seems to be a very clear signal that they want to double down on that. And I think the question, to Sochi's point, is why? Why is this a priority for the defense secretary?
Well, I mean, let's not forget the Republicans had the first transgender speaker at a national conference in 2016.
Would they do that today?
President Trump, I think she'd probably be invited to the White House.
You really think so?
President Trump made Secretary Bessent the Secretary of Treasury, the highest ranking, to my recollection, the highest ranking openly gay American to ever hold that office. He's had Rick Grinnell in his first administration. He was the first president to actually run openly in support of gay marriage. So I don't think his LGBT record is really in question. But this isn't the hill I would die on. Just let me start with that caveat. But let me try to explain. There is still controversy about the LGBT movement. Right? We have this debate, this panel, we talk about women, men in sports and things like that. And we used to name Navy oilers after rivers. I looked that up before I came here. Right? And at some point, the previous administration and others decided we're going to make political statements. And most of the people that they named ships after have no real political controversial views. And I think we are still having a debate over part of the LGBT issue in terms of how broad of a scope the movement can go without pushback. We're seeing, again, this issue with women and men competing in the same sports is an 80-20 issue where people are not with the LGBT community, right?
Yeah, but
I'm only saying that because we used to name ships after things that were not at all politically.
We name ships after people all the time, as we've established. We name military bases after people all the time. Some of those people tried to overthrow this very government. And so all of a sudden, when people are black, brown, or women, it's a problem, but it's not a problem. When it was, Andrew Jackson, or whatever it is,
I think we should be taking off.
So I guess this, you were talking about Trump's credentials on LGBTQ issues. I think you're right about all the things that you noted. But I do ask, the question I have to ask is, what signal are they sending by making this move now and doing it with this particular ship that's named after someone who was killed just because he was gay?
I think his name was included to insert an idea into the public sphere about a political issue that we're having. I think that's part of somewhat of the DEI movement, the thing that Pete Hegseth has been talking about. So I think, at the very least, whether you agree with me or not, we're going to see more of this type of stuff happening, I think, as the military recalibrates.
I just want you to finish the thought, because is the statement that he is making that people like Harvey Milk should not be honored in this country? Is that the statement? What is the statement?
I mean, Harriet Tubman is honored in so many ways, I can't count it. I'm not saying she doesn't deserve the ship. My point is, if there is still, if there's a remnant of DEI included in certain things,
how is that DEI?
Because I think it's a person whose contribution to society is celebrating the diversity of LGBT people.
I mean, it could be that he was served honorably in the Navy. It could be that he was an elected official.
No other municipal elected official was ships named after.
Okay.
Not one.
Yeah, but he was.
It's because he was a gay rights advocate.
Pete Hegseth, in an attempt to rename formerly named Confederate military bases back to their Confederate names, picked out of a list of veterans just random people who served.
which is fine.
These
Harvey
ain't
Milk is a person who served.
These ain't the issues I died on.
What's at stake here is how do you separate the raw vilification and hatred of vulnerable people, no matter who they are. And I've mentioned the whole list before, right? And it's a human thing, but we got to keep track of it. And then how do you have a respectful political conversation about wrestling with various issues and policies? The sad thing is that they blew it. And so that's why some people say, no, we will defend our precious trans and gays and lesbians, even if we disagree with certain policies that's coming out of the community. I'm going to defend black folks, even though I have deep disagreements with black people, because I want their humanity affirmed, and that means what? Giving them the right to be wrong and the right to be right. But when you're just throwing out a bomb, and it's homophobic, transphobic, racist, sexist.
We're talking about transphobia. We just saw an Olympics where a person who we all could see was a man beat the heck out of some women on live TV. When we were talking about issues, you want fairness in sports. This is more fairness. So will you support Imani Khalif for in the Olympics? Yes or no? Fairness. I believe
I just have to note one thing, because this has happened, not specifically with you, Joe, but it's happened on this show so many times over the last few days with our conservative friends, that any time that the conversation is about gay rights, the conversation shifts to trans people, because that's more comfortable to talk about. And I think it's important, as he was saying, you know, even if you take trans, we're not even talking. No, hold on. There's not a single person on this list who is a trans person. Okay, so let's just put that to the side for 1 second. All of these people are not that. Harvey Milk was a gay man. Why is it that the conversation always has to shift to that territory? Because we feel like it's more comfortable politically to talk about.
All I can say is Thurgood Marshall, Harriet Tubman, all those individuals. I don't have the other individuals. I don't have any particular unity or views one way or the other on them. But those folks have done a whole lot for our country, a whole lot for our community. I think every American could really be proud of them. And again, I think they do, particularly Harriet Tubman. She certainly speaks to, I think, the warrior ethos that the Secretary is talking about. On the other individuals, I'll let him make whatever decision he wants to make on them.
I mean, look, I think the question is, why is the Defense Secretary just picking and choosing based on trying to make statements about specific groups? I mean, you mentioned a few names, but there are people on this list who've done things for other groups, Cesar Chavez and others. So, I mean, it doesn't make them less heroic because maybe Pete Hegseth doesn't know about them.
Yeah, sure. And I did not cite them because I think they're important.
I'm just saying, I just want to make it known. But I also know who these people are because well, look, because I didn't make this list.
But he did. Essentially,
Pete Hegseth and his staff. No.
This is all people who were part of the John Lewis class of winners, right?
Yeah.
So who named the majority of the class of winners?
Harriet Tubman and her brother Robert George and I, right there in the Supreme Court quarters, when he actually was sworn in on the Bible of Harriet Tubman, and I was standing right next to him. This is my conservative Republican Catholic brother, who I love deeply and I disagree, but I love him much. And Harriet Tubman was a religious conservative. Her Bible was almost as big as her. She was only 4 feet 9 inches. Her Bible is this big. If that's not religious conservatism, I'm not just somebody reading this.
All right. I think that's actually a good place to end this conversation. Joe, we gotta go.
Advancing slavery.
Joe, we do have to go. I think that's a good point to end on. That what we think is conservative today is not conservative of the past. Coming up next for us, though, Don Jr. gets grilled on his father's crypto coin and the shadiness of their foreign deals. We'll debate that next.
Spain, where tradition meets the future. With delicious food from the best chefs the country has to offer. Explore the unexpected. Eva Longoria searching for Spain. Sunday at 9 on CNN.
Look out, 'cause you're out.
Have you always had trouble with your weight? Me too.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I keep the weight off.
Reducing my risk.
Wegovy is the only weight management medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke in adults with heart disease and obesity.
Don't use Wegovy with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines or in children under 12. Don't take if you or your family have NTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking it. Get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder or severe stomach problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Call your prescriber about vision changes, if you feel your heart racing while at rest, or if you have mental changes. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, stomach pain, flu or upset, headache, feeling tired, dizzy or bloated, gas, and heartburn. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
I'm lowering my CV risk.
Ask your prescriber about Wegovy.
Upset stomach? Ibirogast. Indigestion? Ibirogast. Gloating? Ibirogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Ibirogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Ibirogast.
At Avis, we rent cars, unlike anyone else rents cars. Because for 75 years, we've only had one plan. To make sure you keep yours.
I want you to imagine waking up tomorrow. How do you feel? No, how do you want to feel?
A new head coach.
Make it about us. We beat the odds.
And her new assistant.
Hey Google, find me an alternate route because you decide the outcome.
In a must-win game.
No, we decide the outcome.
And the vision and a car that always delivers.
I want you to imagine waking up tomorrow.
The all-new 2025 Equinox in Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Is your asthma rescue a dinosaur? Air Supra is the only asthma rescue inhaler FDA approved to treat symptoms and help prevent asthma attacks. Air Supra should not be used as a maintenance treatment for asthma. Get medical help right away if your breathing doesn't improve or worsens, or for serious allergic reactions like rash, mouth or tongue swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing, or chest pain. Using Air Supra more than prescribed could be life-threatening. Serious side effects include increased risk of thrush or infections, or heart problems like faster heart rate and higher blood pressure. Ask your doctor if Air Supra is right for you.
Wife, diabetes, there's no slowing down. Each day is a unique blend of people to see and things to do. That's why you choose Glucerna to help manage blood sugar response. Uniquely designed with carb steady. Glucerna, bring on the day.
Get Wiener Schnitzel's incredible $6 deal. 2 chili cheese dogs and chili cheese fries for just $6.
Create your own sunshine for a tan every day, everywhere with Jergens Natural Glow.
One destination, one epic giveaway. This summer, the quest for the holy grail of comics arrives at the Alamo Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Starting June 1st, Club Sereno members will have 5 ways to own a piece of history. And Action Comics #1, the comic book that saved the world, valued at over $400,000. This is your chance to win on August 5th at Yamaha Resort and Casino. Details at yamaha.com. Must be 21 to enter. Please gamble responsibly.
As a second-generation service member, I wanted to elevate my career. So I enrolled in Arizona Online Cyber Operations Program with an emphasis in engineering. Thanks to Arizona Online, I'm learning new ways to help protect and serve my country with the skills I'm gaining in my program.
George Clooney in Broadway's Good Night and Good Luck, live Saturday at 7 on CNN.
As President Trump's crypto coin raises ethics and conflict of interest concerns, his son, Don Jr., is coming to his defense. But his argument doesn't add up.
Is that okay for your dad to have a meme coin? Listen, of course, when he did that before he was in office.
Technically, I guess, he's right. Trump launched his meme coin on January 17th, just days before he was sworn in. But it was well after he was already reelected. When pressed in the same interview, Don Jr. claimed that no one knew anything about the meme coin buyers.
I think the meme coin, you don't know who's actually doing any of these things, right? So,
that's one of the things that has people on it.
It's different because it's hard to influence if you don't actually know where this stuff's coming from, right?
That is not true. Trump does know who his top investors are. He invited them to an exclusive dinner at his golf club outside D.C. about a week ago. Backed into a corner, Don Jr. then distanced himself from it altogether.
Well, I wasn't involved in the meme coin.
But that is not the story he told at a Bitcoin conference last week.
Did you orange pill your dad?
We probably maybe got there a little bit before him, and once we started explaining to him the potential, as you know, I mean, he's a quick study. He then got it really quickly.
He was kind of stumbling his way through that interview, partly because it is hard to defend the president-elect launching a meme coin 3 days before his inauguration, and then, at around the 100-day mark, rewarding the people who have poured in, foreign investors, mind you, hundreds of millions of dollars into this meme coin with an audience with him.
That's right. I mean, there were 200 people who were there. He knew who they were. This is probably the biggest conflict of interest that you have seen from a president and a sitting president. And I think what's interesting is at the end, after he's facing all of these tough questions, which the optics are not great, and Don Jr., I don't think he's ruled out any run for office later down the road. And I do think that he does worry about what he looks like and what his own perception is and how people view him after the presidency. We saw something similar with Ivanka Trump. She was very cozy with her father for a very long time while he was in office, and then all of a sudden backed away from it when it became a problem for her. And so I think this is what you're seeing from Don Jr. is that this is now becoming a problem. He does not want to be part of that.
Don Jr. is also just, to be honest, not telling the truth. Yeah, because he is busy making money off of crypto. They are also, I mean, it goes even beyond the money. It goes even beyond the money making. It is also influencing the policy, which they directly benefit from through their business dealings. So he is all in on this thing.
In that interview, he talked a lot about, one, how transformative the Trump administration will be for cryptocurrency, which I think is very important.
I bet it will
be. He talked a lot about democratizing finance after their experiences when his father went through the various trials, had a very difficult time getting loans.
Well, let me play that, because you just mentioned that. We have the clip. Okay, so we're going to play. He's talking about how tough it was to be a Trump after Trump got into politics.
There was a time, and probably I've been on this show, where I could call any single banker in New York City. They'd pick up the phone. I'd be able to get a loan for whatever real estate project I was doing across the street. Then we got into politics, and all of a sudden, they wouldn't take your call. You couldn't get financing. We were debanked. Now we were all of a sudden in the shoes of the regular guy that wouldn't be able to take advantage of the markets. And we said, what's the solution for that? The answer is crypto.
He is arguing that he was in the shoes of the regular guy? What now is he talking about?
I think we're missing the overall point, though, is that crypto does democratize finance.
Okay, look at what all Trump Organization was involved in. Trump Organization found guilty on all counts of criminal tax fraud. Alan Weisselberg, the former Trump CFO, sentenced to 5 months in jail. I mean, look, part of it is because of their own actions, their own conducting of business. But the idea that they were boxed out of money.
His overall point of democratizing finance, crypto does allow everyday regular individuals to go around traditional institutions that discriminate against people because of lower credit scores, maybe because of their race, predatory lending. Crypto allows you to go around all of those things, which was an overall point that he made towards the end of that interview. He's 100% spot on there. This is a momentous opportunity for a lot of everyday Americans to potentially build considerable wealth in ways that they have never had in the past.
So you're talking about the President of the United States. This is not some normal person. This is not.
Did you watch the whole interview?
Yes, I did watch the whole interview.
Exactly what I just said.
I understand that, but when we're talking specifically about the conflict of interest of the president and him benefiting from the presidency of the United States. No. So would you. If Joe Biden was doing the exact same thing, you would be out here saying that exact same thing about any Democrat.
Hunter Biden dropping off. I wasn't going to bring that up. I know that you want to go there.
You know what? I am happy to have this conversation because the president money off of the presidency. You did not see that from Hunter Biden. You did not see that from Joe Biden. You did not see that from this. Hold on. I get the Hunter Biden of it all, but even you, Michael, would acknowledge that the Hunter Biden allegations deal with Hunter Biden's actions before Joe Biden was president of the United States. He was vice president, right? He wasn't, and also even. Well, okay, I'm just saying. Show me the money. I can show you the money with Donald Trump.
It's the same week we're talking about Donald Trump's meme coin, which in the two articles you showed on the screen didn't have a crime Donald Trump committed. The things you pointed out didn't name a crime Donald Trump committed. But that same week, that same very week, that's the week when Joe Biden pardoned his son and his other family members for crimes we all know they did.
But what this does, though, for me,
would you call it that they commit a crime?
Well, it depends which member of the family it is. But my point is this. We live in a corrupt political system because big money disproportionately shapes the operations and the dynamics of the system. Both parties are complicitous. We could talk about Biden, we could talk about Trump, we could talk about the Democratic Party, we could talk about the Republican Party. The larger backdrop is the biblical insight. Love of money trumps love of the poor and justice. That Trump is not just an ironic gesture, but I'm staying in contact with his humanity, but he has no fundamental commitment to the poor people that Jesus was talking about, the Hebrew prophets were talking about. And when you have a system that's colonized by big money, it doesn't make any difference what party you're talking about. Democrats or Republicans, they both at the same, drinking from the same.
There is a huge problem, right, with money in politics, the influence of wealthy people in politics. But we have never seen a sitting president do what Donald Trump has done just in a short amount of time. Just look at this, okay? The Trump and Melania meme coins, between trading fees and other revenues, $350 million pocketed, okay, while he is president of the United States. Digital trading cards, $7.2 million. World Liberty Financial, which Don Jr. was there hawking and talking about, $550 million in sale. They are going around the world. Share, Michael. They are going around the world telling foreign investors how they can influence MAGA and invest in MAGA, which is invest in them.
It's really important for people who may not understand crypto to understand those trading fees are for the platforms where you trade the crypto, not necessarily the dev who created the
but you know that
there's a real distinction.
Okay, but you understand that for the Trump coin, they specifically in the fine print, they are taking a cut out of each transaction that happens on the Trump coin. Okay, so they are making money off the fees.
Any dev that creates a token, that's kind of normal in this space.
I
know people may not be aware of this, but that's the way
we're not even arguing about this. I'm just saying he's making money off of it. You agree. The question is, should he be making money off of meme coin while he is a sitting president?
I'm not bothered by it. I'm not bothered by it. I'm not bothered by it.
I'm still waiting for this is against the law, and he's done that. You can't say that because nothing that you're alleging is actually against the law.
Do is against the law because the Supreme Court has ruled that.
And what are the reasons that?
One of any laws, and no one is making that allegation because you have.
Okay, so let me just get this straight. Hunter Biden making money off of his father being vice president, illegal. Donald Trump Jr. making money off his father being president, perfectly legal.
Using his influence to influence American policy to profit in his
family. So Don Jr.
having an investment prior to office.
All right, yeah.
And
so
now
Hunter Biden using his influence with his father to influence U.S. policy is illegal. Don Jr. using his influence with his father to influence U.S. policy around crypto, perfectly legal.
Which policy? Well, I'm going to go out on a limb.
Crypto policy. You don't think that he's influenced crypto policy? Don't. He's on TV talking about it.
Well, I'm saying crypto's great, which is the stock market's good.
I'm just asking you, if you're willing to say that about one person, why can't you say it about the other?
Because there's a clear link between the president's action, the vice president at times' actions, and Hunter Biden profit. That's a crime. It's a quid pro quo.
I'm not seeing how you make a distinction between, Hunter Biden's actions and things that he benefits from, and Don Jr. and Eric Trump, or whatever it is, their actions out in the world and the things that benefit both the president and them and influence U.S. policy. How do you make that distinction? It doesn't exist.
Hunter Biden invests in a commodity, stock, bond, crypto, and just reap the benefits of that investment. And that's fine. Instead, he used his father's office to actually influence U.S. policy.
Okay, so Don Jr., let's just be clear about what's happening. Don Jr. and the Trump family, they created a meme coin. They're benefiting off it, profiting off of it. They are then putting the president of the United States in a room with those investors who are foreigners, and then you're saying that's perfectly legal.
So
it is perfectly legal. All right, I want to be clear about that because I want to be clear about that because you can also be intellectually honest and consistent about it.
Democrats are now jumping on the Trump family, and they said nothing about Hunter. The reason I brought it up, I don't necessarily have a problem with Hunter making money while his father was in office because my expectation is that that is the reason I brought it up is because you guys are being hypocrites by only jumping on the Trump and not saying Biden.
So we were not being hypocrites. The Justice Department currently never actually prosecuted Trump. It is a fair point that Sochi's Justice Department prosecuted Hunter Biden. Donald Trump's Justice Department did not.
But
okay, coming up next.
That's
right. Coming up next for us, though, George Clooney tells CNN that today's political era is worse than McCarthyism. Stay with us.
I'm Valeria Leon in Mexico City, and this is CNN.
Psoriatic arthritis symptoms can be unpredictable.
One day, their joints hurt.
Next, it's on your skin.
I got Cosentyx. It feels good to move.
Feel less joint pain, swelling and tenderness, back pain, and clearer skin. And help stop further joint damage with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur, like tuberculosis or other serious bacterial, fungal, or viral infections. Some are fatal. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms like fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough. Had a vaccine or plan to, or if inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions and severe eczema-like skin reactions may occur. Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
Angola is a hidden gem, full of potential. We look forward to welcoming you back, time and time again, now and in the future. Angola awaits.
Friday nights, you bring your A game. Flirty walks, you bring your A game. Bring your A game when taking care of your sexual wellness and include Apertude, a prescription medicine used to reduce the risk of HIV. Apertude helps give you continuous protection when taken every other month, and it's proven superior to once daily PrEP in reducing the risk of HIV. You must be HIV negative to receive Apertude and get tested before each injection. If you think you are exposed to HIV or have flu-like symptoms, tell your doctor right away. More HIV testing may be needed. Apertude does not prevent other sexually transmitted infections. Practice safer sex to reduce your risk. Get Apertude as scheduled. Missing doses increases your HIV risk. Don't take Apertude if you're allergic to it or taking certain medicines that may interact. Tell your doctor about your medical conditions, liver problems, and mental health. Serious side effects include allergic reactions or rash, liver problems, and depression. If these occur, get medical help right away. The most common side effect is injection site reaction. You bring your A game to everything you do. Ask your doctor about Apertude.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardiance, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur.
Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Giants is really swell, a little pill with a big story to tell.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. Learn more at Viking.com.
There are a certain kind of people who are the lifeblood of democracy, never strain in their pursuit of what matters. And what matters? Honesty, facts, integrity, accuracy, truth. Good night and good luck.
Live Saturday at 7 on CNN and streaming live on Max.
In an interview ahead of the premiere of Good Night and Good Luck on CNN Saturday night, George Clooney talks to Anderson Cooper about Edward R. Murrow and Joe McCarthy's witch hunt.
What's fun about the play is, although McCarthyism was bad, it wasn't anywhere near as pervasive as it is right now, the kind of fear that you see kind of stretching through law firms and universities.
You think it's worse now than McCarthyism?
I do think it is worse now, although there's one caveat that kind of gets ignored when people talk about this, which is, when I was a kid, we did duck and cover drills. So overriding all of this was the threat of nuclear annihilation. Very big deal. I mean, we were pretty sure we were going to all die of a nuclear bomb somewhere along the way. So that always kind of rode on top of the McCarthyism of it all. But McCarthyism, what's fun about doing the play is it reminds people that that we have been through difficult times, challenging times, and that we survive as a country, and we do find our better angels along the way. It takes a minute. We always do. We always have.
You can watch the special live broadcast of the Broadway show right here on CNN Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Let's go here for more citizens of the law.
Happy grass, happy home.
So what do you do?
Regular feeding, it makes all the difference. Scott's Weed and Feed. The product isn't ready.
Now's the time to kill existing weeds with Turf Builder Weed and Feed.
Feed it. Feed it. Pumping is hard work. Then I tried the Swiffer Power Mop. It has a built-in solution that breaks down dirt on contact. Plus, there's 360-degree swivel head, things up along baseboards, and even behind the toilet. Bye-bye, bucket. With the Swiffer Power Mop.
Not feeling the grays but don't want to color? Try Just for Men Control GX Gray Reducing Shampoo. Just shampoo like you do to gradually reduce grays. Now boosted with carrots. Hair looks 2 times thicker to keep you looking your best. Control GX Shampoo.
When it comes to clogged gutters, you might say I've seen it all. Leaves, spinners, wiffle balls, you name it. Because any gutter over the elements is going to gather debris and clog over time. And that can cause all kinds of problems. But get Leaf Filter and the problem's solved.
Leaf Filter's patented technology keeps debris out of your gutters for the life of your home.
It's dependable, proven, tested. Like me.
So when experience matters, get Leaf Filter. Call 833 Leaf Filter or visit leaffilter.com.
Baby back ribs. Where does it go? Nobody knows.
Okay, how did you do that?
Honey, it's magic.
Has anyone seen a perfectly sauced rib?
Just go back to the buffet. It's all you can eat.
But it was sauced perfectly.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now, I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some taking Rinvoq felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment,
Test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions. GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events. Infection, had B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save. The Phoenician Scheme is Wes Anderson's best film since The Grand Budapest Hotel.
He's up to a holiday.
And the 4-star comedy of Venomous Summer.
In fact, there's even more. You're very kind. You're very kind.
You're very kind.
You're welcome.
I speak my heart.
The Phoenician Scheme, rated PG-13 in theaters everywhere this Friday.
Get Wiener Schnitzel's incredible $6 deal. 2 chili cheese dogs and chili cheese fries for just $6.
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now at BK. Get it before it disappears. Don't less. Bold, tasty, and dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon. Coming to theaters June 13th.
Gear up with Venom Steel. Hardworking pros and dedicated do-it-yourselfers trust Venom Steel at every step. Get proven protection and performance to help you crush your next project. Venom Steel. Tough protects tough.
It's you. But you're me. All the news, all on Laura Coates Live. Next on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
And thank you very much for watching Newsnight. You can catch me anytime on your favorite social media on X, Instagram, or TikTok. Laura Coates Live starts right now. Diddy's so-called angel takes the stand and reveals an alleged bribe that could be the tipping point in the prosecution's case. Tonight on a special edition of Laura Coates Live, Diddy on trial. Good evening and welcome. I'm Laura Coates right here in New York City tonight, and we are at day 15 of the Diddy trial. We cut straight to the heart of the government's racketeering case, an alleged $100,000 cash alleged bribe to bury video of him assaulting Cassie Ventura in that hotel. And the claim came from a guy Diddy himself once called Eddie, my angel. My team of legal experts and court insiders is standing by to unpack whether that testimony moved the needle on the prosecution's central argument that Diddy ran a criminal enterprise. Just about everything we heard today tied back to that central question. The day's big witness was a former security officer at the Intercontinental Hotel. He said Diddy paid him $100,000 to fork over what he thought was the one and only copy of a video of Cassie's assault. We also heard from someone inside Diddy's business empire, the former chief financial officer of Bad Boy Entertainment. Now, he claimed everything he did for the company was totally above board. And the jury saw a $20,000 wire transfer from Cassie's dad to Diddy, which was sent back days later. We heard that before, remember from earlier testimony. The prosecution really wanted the jury to focus on this, that surveillance video, first obtained by CNN exclusively, showing Diddy beating Cassie Ventura in 2016, and specifically what Diddy allegedly did to make sure that it would never get out. That same day the assault happened, a former security officer for the Intercontinental Hotel, Eddie Garcia, testified the phone, well, it started ringing, and a lot. The calls were from Diddy's chief of staff, Christina Karam. Now, a reminder, she has not been charged in this case and has not been accused of any criminal wrongdoing. Garcia says at one point she put Diddy himself on the line. And Garcia recalled what Diddy told him. He stated that I sounded like a good guy, that I sounded like I wanted to help, and that something like this can ruin him. Garcia said Diddy sounded nervous and promised to take care of him. Garcia, he then went to his boss and told him Diddy was willing to pay. His boss suggested $50,000. Garcia then called Diddy back, testifying he was excited. He said, "Eddie, my angel, I knew you could help. I knew you could do it." Garcia got the video on thumb drive from his boss the next day, and then he gave it to Diddy in person. Garcia told the court that Diddy made him sign an NDA, and he said he even spoke with Cassie Ventura over FaceTime, saying, quote, "She said that she had a movie coming out and that it wasn't a good time for this to come out and that she wanted it to go away." Now, Garcia claimed that Diddy then brought out a brown paper bag full of cash and counted out $100,000 with a money counter. Garcia said that he split that money with his boss and another security officer. And the next witness was former Bad Boy Entertainment CFO, Derek Ferguson. Now, he testified that Diddy's personal and business finances would sometimes overlap, but he said he never saw anyone help Diddy commit crimes. The prosecution also showed a statement from Diddy's bank account for his New Jersey home. It shows the account transferring $20,000 to Cassie on December 14, 2011. On December 23rd, Cassie's dad wired $20,000 into the account. 4 days later, it was sent back, and that lines up with the testimony from Cassie Ventura's mother on the stand. Recall that she said that she sent Diddy $20,000 after Cassie told her Diddy was threatening to leak sex tapes. Let's begin with the reporter who broke the story of that now infamous Cassie surveillance footage. CNN's own Elizabeth Wagmeister. Elizabeth, so glad to have you here. The importance of this video cannot be overstated, and to have you be the person to easily get it was just unbelievable involved in this case. But we've known about the $100,000 payout for quite some time. We had no idea how instrumental and individualized attention was given by Diddy.
This was brand new information. So as you said, we have heard that $100,000 figure before that came from the government's indictment, but they have no other details in the indictment other than he paid $100,000 to try to bribe someone to get this away. What we heard today shows the alleged great lengths and efforts that Diddy himself, as a world-renowned celebrity, took to make sure that this was buried. We heard Eddie Garcia say on the stand, Diddy himself told him, "This can ruin me, this can ruin my career." That gives us a clear state of mind that Diddy was in. He knew that his behavior on that was egregious. He knew it could ruin him. As you said, he called him Eddie, my angel. Strange name to call someone that you've never met. Also strange for a celebrity to get on the phone with you himself. They usually have people do that for them, and he did. As you said, Christina Perron was on the phone, but she constantly brought Diddy on there. Just really an incredible picture of what Eddie Garcia testified happened, that he is brought by Diddy up to this hotel room, given a brown bag full of $100,000 cash.
A man who makes $10.50 an hour at the time.
Exactly. And then that Diddy comes out with a money counting machine, which Eddie Garcia testified, he told the jury, it seems like he's done this before. And then Diddy himself takes Eddie Garcia down the elevator and basically, bids him farewell. He pays for his valet at the hotel, and he asks him, "What are you going to do with this money?" and tells him, "Don't spend it all at once," meaning it could get suspicious. So really, again, brand new information and showing the great lengths that Diddy allegedly went to make sure that this never came out.
So how did the defense then try to follow that? Because that is some pretty compelling testimony to talk about the prosecution's case, that he was allegedly aware, that he didn't want this to see the light of day, which means potentially law enforcement would never see it.
That's right. And cross-examination was very brief, Laura. As you said, there's a ton of testimony to get into, seemingly damning testimony if these allegations that Eddie Garcia testified are all true. But all that the defense did is they pulled up this non-disclosure agreement, which Eddie Garcia told the jury that Diddy handed him, as he also handed him that bag of $100,000. And the defense, they showed a paragraph that says, in this NDA, it doesn't say that you can't testify about this one day. So basically trying to show they're not prohibiting him from participating in a trial like this, but that's really not the point. The takeaway with showing this NDA is it was on company letterhead. The top of that NDA said Combs Enterprises. And there was also a clause in there that told him if he breached the contract, he would have to pay the company, not Combs, the company, $1 million.
The so-called liquidated damages. That was one of two contracts that was essentially important here. He was also testifying under immunity.
That's right. And, that shows that Eddie Garcia, at least, was nervous because he knows that he was involved with covering something egregious up.
Let's talk about this with the lawyers. I really am curious to see what they have to say. Come with me, Elizabeth Bragmeister, because I've got a phenomenal panel of people with me here tonight. I've got, of course, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson, former federal prosecutor Barrett Berger, and former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Saland. This was quite a day as I moved my way onto this chair. This was quite a day. I want to go right to this idea, Jeremy, of the hotel security guard. First of all, testifying under immunity, that he admitted that Combs gave him money to make sure this video went away. Now, we know some people might call this a bribe, colloquially. Is it enough for the prosecution to say, no, this was most assuredly a type of bribe that would be a predicate crime, as they keep saying, for RICO?
Of course they would argue that as a predicate crime in addition to the obstruction. But so what? Meaning, if someone came after me because I did something truly bad, or even alleging I did something really bad, I have a legal career. I might say, I will pay you money because you're taking advantage and you're actually extorting me. You might do the same. And if you have the other party saying, I'm in agreement, I have a movie, I don't want this coming out. When does me doing an NDA, Stormy Daniels was an NDA, and that in and of itself was not illegality. Why can't someone who has so much to lose, who's a hands-on freak, not just into freak-offs, be fully on this entire episode to shut it down? Because if that domestic violence tape ever came out, he's screwed.
I'm so glad you mentioned Stormy Daniels, because I've been thinking about this today in terms of a jury that might be all the more fluid than they probably ever would have been in New York about catch and kill, right? This phenomenon where you've got bad press coming out and you're paying a tablet or otherwise to say, how about you just take that and it never sees the light of day? And we didn't see a RICO charge in that case. That was state court, obviously, so very different. But when you hear about that and think about how a jury might view, well, hold on, celebrities all the time, they've got DUIs, they've got videos, they've got dirt and skeletons. Isn't damage control part of what the rich folks do?
I mean, I think there has to be a difference between damage control and seeing a potential criminal case coming down the pipe and saying, I don't want that criminal case to ever see the light of day. And that's how I see these as being two separate situations. In the scenario you painted, absolutely. If you do something that's embarrassing or could cause you reputational harm, you want to shut it down, you want to pay somebody money, that could be a contractual agreement between two people, God bless. However, if you've committed a crime and there is evidence of that crime, and you tell somebody, I want to obtain and get rid of, essentially, the only copy, all evidence of my crime, that to me starts looking a lot more like obstruction than just a contract.
What if it's true that Cassie Ventura, of her own volition, according to the testimony, he didn't really know her well, obviously he was a hooded figure in this FaceTime video, essentially. Does it make an impact if she said, I also don't want this out, even though she would be the victim of that crime?
I mean, that's why so many states now have rules when it comes to domestic violence cases that even if a victim says, I don't want the police called at this point, I don't want, that we do, because to some extent, the crime is what happened, and yes, we want to be victim-centered and we want to take their wishes into consideration, but the crime was when he assaulted her, right? And so, regardless of how she wants this to occur, the crime had already happened.
An important point, too, is NDA aspect of it. I mean, yes, there was a clause in the NDA that talked about, that said, and on company letterhead, as Elizabeth pointed out, Joey, I almost called you Jerry, I don't know why. Joey, recipients understand that Combs is a highly prevalent recording artist, entertainer, and entrepreneur, and his privacy and the confidentiality of the confidential information is material concern to the company. And remember, one of the premises of the entire indictment is that the RICO's end game was to preserve his reputation and also maintain his ability to engage in this sexual exploitation, they say allegedly of Cassie Ventura and others. Does that NDA move a needle for you?
No. So two ways to look at this. The first of bringing it back. If it's about RICO, what we want to do with your prosecutors is to make clear that there was a bribery here, there was obstruction of justice here, and clearly there would be a criminal case for which you wanted to suppress. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it's another racketeering, another illegality in this criminal enterprise. From a defense perspective, however, if you are a celebrity, let us be clear about what this could do to celebrity or non-celebrity, as Jeremy was talking about, a regular person, if it got out there. It's called bad publicity. And who doesn't have an interest in suppressing bad publicity with respect to what it could do to your career? So if you're a defense, this is a lot to do about nothing. How are you accusing me of bribery when there's not yet a crime for which I've been charged? How are you accusing me of obstruction, again, for which there's not a criminal investigation?
What about her point to suggest, what about her point to suggest, look, the crime, you don't know if it will be prosecuted or not. And so now it cannot be prosecuted potentially because you've taken the evidence and allegedly the person you have victimized is under duress and believes that she is being trafficked.
So I'm looking into the future about a potential crime that may occur, and it's going to be a federal crime in the Southern District of New York, and they're going to prosecute me for RICO, and as a result of that, I'm going to get ahead of it because it's going to be, 8-10 years later, and as a result, I'm going to obstruct justice.
I hear your point, but that's not the crime. It could very well be a state-level domestic crime in California. It didn't have to be the RICO in New York.
It did not have to, but the reality is that, again, and I will end where I began, there's two ways of looking at it, and the perspective of the defense is as follows, that this is about bad publicity, this is about reputational damages, and it's not only about the issue of my reputation. Cassie as well, the hooded figure, who I couldn't determine, according to the witness, was Cassie, but, he put her on and FaceTime, and it probably was her. She didn't want it either. Both of them collectively wanted to suppress it. It wasn't just Diddy. Where is the racketeering? Where are the underbosses? Where is there this alleged federal offense? And why is this not just a domestic situation?
What about this ex-CFO of Madden Entertainment, Derek Ferguson, who testified about financial it's always following money as part of the premise here. I mean, they added that Ventura's parents did wire that money to Combs' bank account. The money came back, obviously buttressed the credibility of Cassie Ventura's mother. But they did say that Ferguson did not use prostitution to boost the company's bottom line. How did that line of questions and answers? I mean, when you read the transcript, Elizabeth, it was, did he do this? No. Was it this? Was it part of this? No. How did that land in court? Describe that moment.
I've got to be honest, this was not the most exciting testimony of the trial.
A CFO is not
exciting. I know you're shocked. I mean, you understand what they're doing. They're trying to show someone who's very by the books. I don't want to say that isn't relevant information. Of course, when he's saying that I never saw anyone help with his alleged crimes, that is very relevant for the jury to hear. But there was no bombshell with the CFO. The biggest piece of information that really came out from this was what you just said, which was corroborating Cassie Ventura's mother's account that Diddy actually did take that $20,000 from her. Remember, they said they had to take out a home equity loan for that. Now, it also showed that they wired it back, which of course we know from Cassie's testimony, that's because her and Diddy were back together by that point.
Of course, you can have a legitimate business engage in illegitimate crimes and satisfy some portions of RICO. We need to have more information coming out. Thank you so much, everyone. We have more to come. Because still ahead, could the jury be about to hear Diddy's jailhouse phone calls? And you can do that. The prosecution telling the judge there are some calls that they want admitted into evidence, specifically around Diddy's birthday. What's that all about? Diddy's former publicist is here, and he might have some answers for us as to why next.
Honesty, facts, integrity, accuracy, truth. Good night and good luck.
Live Saturday at 7 on CNN and streaming live on Max.
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions? Oh yeah. Consolidate bad debt and save money for your next goal. Take a swing at your kitchen rental. Madden. Or design your actual dream wedding. All your ambitions, all in one app. SoFi personal loans, low fixed rates, borrow up to $100K, no fees required. Go to SoFi.com to view your rate. SoFi, get your money right.
Dangerous ladders, gutter muck. Ugh, no wonder you hate cleaning your gutters. Good thing there's Leaf Filter. Our patented filter technology keeps leaves and debris out of your gutters forever. Guaranteed. Call 833 Leaf Filter to get started and get the permanent gutter solution that ends clogs for good.
They took the time to answer all of our questions. They really put us at ease.
And clog gutters for good. Call 833 Leaf Filter or visit leaffilter.com today.
Choose Advil Liquid Gels for faster, stronger, and longer-lasting relief than Tylenol Rapid Release Gels. Because Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. So for faster pain relief, Advil, the pain away.
Are you one of the millions of Americans who suffer from an upset stomach after a big meal? Try Pepto-Bismol. Unlike some products, Pepto coats and soothes your digestive system to provide fast 5-symptom relief. Stock up on Pepto today.
Life happens. Kids, pets, spills. Luckily, Stanley Steamer's deep carpet cleaning lifts dirt, allergens, and stains, leaving your home cleaner than ever. Stanley Steamer for a cleaner and healthier home.
Mom genes. She passed them down to you. But who passed them to her? Let Ancestry help you piece together your story with a family history membership and detailed DNA results. Get started today at Ancestry.
Let it rain, Randy! That's how you make it like it never even happened.
Surf Pro.
If you have heart failure or chronic kidney disease, Farxiga can help you keep living life because there are places you'd like to be. Serious side effects include increased ketones and blood or urine and bacterial infection between the anus and genitals, both which may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. Stop taking and tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness or swelling between the anus and genitals. Ask your doctor about Farxiga today.
Get radiant glowing skin in 1 week. Try Aveeno Positively Radiant with clinically proven soy. Aveeno.
Shop Smart and Final for everyday low prices on everything on your list. From fresh produce, quality meats and drinks, to snacks, household essentials, and more. Get low prices every day. Only at Smart and Final. Where else?
No, I don't want to look.
Erica, used car shopping doesn't have to be scary.
Show me Carfax.
Knowing how a car's accident history impacts price means you don't have to overpay. No fear, just thoughts. Say, show me at Carfax.com.
We're in a volcano to test Finish Ultimate against tough burnt-out stains. Finish Ultimate breaks them down, cuts grease, and boosts shine for the ultimate clean, even on the toughest days.
Evil Honduras, Searching for Spain. Sunday at 9 on CNN.
And remember the video the jury saw of Mia wishing Diddy a happy birthday? Well, the defense used to argue that Mia was presenting a, quote, false persona to the jury. Well, today, the prosecution tried pushing back against those assertions, saying Mia would have been in trouble if she didn't do this. And to prove it, they told the judge they want to introduce new evidence, recorded jail calls, that supposedly showed Diddy planning a social media campaign for his birthday last year. Telling the judge, quote, I think the messages the government plans to exert will show that the defendant views his birthday and social media around his birthday as a marketing opportunity, as an opportunity to change the narrative, as an opportunity to shape public perception and generate publicity about both him and his businesses. With me now is Rob Shooter, a former publicist for Diddy, who represented him in the early 2000s. He's also the host of the podcast Naughty But Nice with Rob Shooter, and was featured on my latest episode of our podcast, Trial by Jury, where you gave us some really keen insight into what it was like to work for him and his motivations. I want to tap into that more because what do you make of this idea of his big birthday as a marketing opportunity where not only current associates and employees, but former ones have to still sort of kiss the ring publicly?
He loved the birthday. It was one of his favourite days of the year. It was the day he was born. It was almost biblical in his mind. That sounds so strange, but
He thought it was a great opportunity to reset the narrative. He did struggle with his age, though. I remember at one of his birthdays, he said to me, "Should I just admit my age?" And I was like, "Well, it's a fact." And so he struggled with that a little bit, but nothing. A Tuesday was a marketing opportunity for Diddy. Any day of the week, he could think of an excuse, a reason to have a marketing campaign. That's what he did for a living. He was the best publicist marketer I've ever met.
Well, that's interesting because I would assume, somebody who has so many people to delegate work to, would essentially want others to do his bidding for him. But then I was surprised when the hotel security guard, Eddie Garcia, said he dealt with him directly. Did that surprise you that he had this interaction, these conversations, called him, Eddie, my angel?
No, it didn't surprise me because I've seen it happen. Diddy likes his people to try first, and then when we don't succeed, he fixes it himself. And 9 times out of 10, he does. I remember there was a fashion show during Fashion Week, and they didn't really want him there. And so I had to call their PR people to see if I could get 2 seats for Diddy on the front row. And they really told me no. And Diddy said, "What's his number?" I gave him the number. He called up the publicist. He got the seats. So Diddy was used to getting what he wanted. And often, too, when he called, he had this charming way to actually make you do what he wanted. And it does work. It sounds so silly to flatter somebody, to call them an angel, my darling, my sweetheart. Diddy was really, really silver-tongued. He knew how to make people feel really special.
Well, interestingly, special and also educated, because you heard witness after witness talk about him as a kind of business school, be that as they may, the violence that they witnessed and beyond. But then there was the head of finance, the former head of finance, Derek Ferguson. He also called Diddy a great business mind. But then when the defense was cross-examining him, they asked him, "Do you think highly of Mr. Combs as you're sitting in the witness box?" And he answered, "I don't know how to respond to that." What do you think Diddy's response to that would have been?
Diddy will be stunned by that. This is somebody that Diddy knew for a really long time. And so Diddy did not like criticism. And I think Diddy is probably still pinching himself, not really believing the situation that he's in. This is a man who has potentially gotten away with some awful things for a really long time. And when you finally get caught, it's a shock. And so I'm sure Diddy was really uncomfortable with that moment, although overall I think the testimony was pretty helpful to Diddy. There was nothing, there was no smoking guns there.
Finally, I have to ask, this magnetism and this charisma you described, and this personality, it seemed as though some were articulating they felt blacklisted if they did not continue to ingratiate themselves to Diddy. But some were able to get other jobs. Like, for example, me, I talked about working for Madonna later on, and others. Why do you think people still felt compelled? Was blacklisting always that sort of damn place?
You wanted to please him, and I can't oversell celebrity and fame and money. And being that close to somebody who was that famous, who was that rich, was absolutely intoxicating. So people were with him when I was around, not necessarily because of fear, but because of love. They absolutely loved him. It was almost cult-like. It was like being in a really dangerous cult, and everybody knew about it apart from you. And it's only when you leave the cult that you realise how toxic it actually was.
Somewhere there's a movie line, better to be feared or loved in there. I guess that question's for the jury eventually. Rob, thank you so much.
Good to see you, my friend.
Much more on the Diddy trial on my new CNN podcast, Trial by Jury. You can listen to it on CNN.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Up next, the tweet sent round the political world. Elon Musk suddenly savaging President Trump's big, beautiful bill and warning of consequences for Republicans who back what he called an abomination, is the word he used. So what exactly set Musk off? And what might Trump's agenda be thinking about? Is it in jeopardy or not? The reporter who has the scoop, colorful language and all, standing by to tell us next.
Early start with Rahel Solomon, weekdays at 5 a.m. on CNN.
Oh, pizza! We're trapped by dishes!
Don't worry, they've got new Dawn Power Suds. It'll power through this whole pile with ease.
Yeah, it's the dish soap with 2 times more powerful suds.
Lucky ducks.
Dawn's first suds that trap, lock, and
will remove 99% of grease.
So it doesn't get passed from dish to dish.
Clean and stacked.
Like ducks in a row.
Good one.
New Dawn Power Sets, the better grease getter. Have you always had trouble with your weight? Me too.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I keep the weight off.
Reducing my risk.
Wegovy is the only weight management medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke in adults with heart disease and obesity.
Don't use Wegovy with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines or in children under 12. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking it. Get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder or severe stomach problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Call your prescriber about vision changes, if you feel your heart racing while at rest, or if you have mental changes. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, stomach pain, flu or upset, headache, feeling tired, dizzy or bloated, gas, and heartburn. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
I'm lowering my CV risk.
Ask your prescriber about Wegovy.
I want you to imagine waking up tomorrow. How do you feel? No, how do you want to feel?
A new head coach.
Make it about us. We beat the odds.
And her new assistant.
Hey Google, find me an alternate route because you decide the outcome.
And a must-win game.
No, we decide the outcome.
And the vision and a car that always delivers.
I want you to imagine waking up tomorrow.
The all-new 2025 Equinox in Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Jorge has always put the ones he loves first. But when it comes to caring for his teeth, he's let his own maintenance take a back seat. Well, maybe it's time to shift gears on that. Aspen Dental has complete, affordable care all under one roof. Plus, free exams and x-rays for new patients without insurance, and 20% off treatment plans for everyone. Making it easier to get started with quality care. It's one more way Aspen Dental is in your corner.
Advil Targeted Relief. The only topical pain reliever with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact to target tough pain at the source for up to 8 hours of powerful relief. Advil Targeted Relief.
Drop the iron. Protect your hair with OGX. Airwick Essential Mist Diffusers, perfectly portable, quick change fragrances make any space fragrant and inviting. The tough calls.
This stink.
Aren't why rest stink. It's the bacteria in their sweaty clothes. You stink. Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria. Detergents leave behind. Clean is good. Sanitized is better.
Your talents never cease to amaze me.
On Hallmark Plus, there's always a plus. From heartwarming new series, we want to help her so that she can be the person she dreams of being.
Welcome home.
Oh my goodness! To swoon-worthy romances.
I had an idea for our date.
Date?
I just want to dance with the prettiest girl in the kingdom.
Yes. Add Hallmark Plus to your YouTube TV subscription. Start your free trial.
A disgusting abomination. Elon Musk's searing criticism for Trump's big, beautiful bill, calling it a massive, outrageous, pork-filled spending spree. As for President Trump's response, that's right, crickets. And it's been more than 9 hours since Musk's tweet. But House Speaker Mike Johnson has plenty to say.
My friend Elon is terribly wrong about the one big beautiful bill. For him to come out and hand the whole bill is to me just very disappointing.
My next guest has the inside scoop on what may have been the breaking point for Elon Musk. Senior politics reporter for Axios, Mark Caputo, joins me now. Mark, I mean, it sounds like the White House was caught a little off guard by the tweet, but you put the puzzle pieces together. What was the trigger?
I think blindsided is the right word. There are about 4 different sort of inflection points that happen along the way. First off, Elon Musk is still Tesla's owner, and we're told that he wanted to have these electric vehicle tax credits still in there. Those aren't there. The FAA is overhauling its air traffic control system, and his satellite company, Starlink, wanted the contract, and that didn't happen. There's also talk of him wanting to continue to serve in the White House in the special government employee role. That has technically by statute expired, but he was told it's time to move on. And then lastly, and most recently on Saturday night, Elon Musk's pick to head NASA was suddenly, unexpectedly, out of the blue rejected by Donald Trump, even after passing or being reported favorably out of one committee. And so the next thing you know, right during Caroline Leavitt's press conference, the White House press secretary, right in the middle of it, Elon Musk's tweet lands like a bomb. And it was quite a shock to the system of the White House and the political landscape overall.
And obviously, these press briefings are televised. One would know while they're tweeting that she's actually speaking. Perhaps it was not a coincidence in that moment as it landed. Why did he?
Not a coincidence.
Yeah. Now, why did he want to remain in the government longer? I mean, just looking at what's going on with Tesla, why did he want to stay longer as part of Doge or otherwise?
Well, it's fun and it's intoxicating to be in the White House in a position of power next to the president. Elon Musk is a self-made man. He is a billionaire. He's the richest man in the world. But there's one thing Elon Musk can't do, and that's be president. He had the next best thing. He was the president's first buddy for quite some time. And now that's come to an end, and from what we understand, that's been a little difficult on Mr. Musk.
Well, let me ask you, because there's part of it, when his tweet and how it landed, he's threatening now to fire all politicians. This is a quote, to fire all politicians who betrayed the American people coming up next November. So we are a year removed from November 2025, from November 2024. Would his influence carry as much or greater weight in the midterms than it did, say, in 2024 with all that's happened?
If there's a Republican primary and it's a choice between Donald Trump's word and Elon Musk's word, Republican primary voters have overwhelmingly showed that this is Donald Trump's party, regardless of who weighs in. And if you happen to look at the favorability ratings of Donald Trump and Elon Musk's are in real rough shape. Don't get me wrong, Musk knew he had to get back to Tesla because not only were his approval ratings in the basement, the sales of Tesla, the stock price is doing very badly ever since he decided to get involved in politics.
Is the bromance over now, politically speaking?
I think probably the fun candlelight dinner part of the bromance is over, but they're still friends. But the intense joy at seeing each other seems to have fizzled a bit.
Well, we'll see how it all happens in the future of it. Mark Caputo, I want those fly on the wall moments you always bring us. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, President Trump, he seems to be mad at the Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Of course, he's telling CNN the president has privately criticized the conservative justice. Remember, he nominated her. But why? For not doing enough to support his agenda. I wonder if the anger is misguided. Well, CNN's data guru, Harry Enton, he is with us. He's at the magic wall with the numbers. Harry, tell me what you see.
Laura, when it comes to Amy Coney Barrett, honestly, I'm not exactly sure why Republicans and conservatives are so up in arms, because the bottom line is Amy Coney Barrett's a conservative justice. When you look at the actual record, what are we talking about? Who has Barrett voted with the most? Well, guess who she's voted with the most? Brett Kavanaugh, last I checked, he was conservative. How about John Roberts? Maybe a little bit more middle of the road, but again, conservative. And she's voted with these two justices about 90% of the time during her time on the court. Who she voted with the least? She's voted with the liberals the least. She's voted with Justice Jackson the least and voted with Justice Sotomayor the least, the liberals. So again, it makes no sense. And it's not just that. Let's take a look at 5-4 decisions, the times that Barrett voted with the liberals. Get this. Through the last full term of the U.S. Supreme Court, just 6 out of 30 times. We're talking about 1 in 5 times. That's not much of a swing vote, Laura. I mean, come on. Who are we kidding? But it's more than that. Remember, Republicans wanted Barrett on the bench so much. What are we talking about? Let's go back to 2020 during those confirmation hearings. Let's take a look at the electorate. Republicans in 2020 who wanted Amy Coney Barrett to be confirmed. Get this. It's 89%. We're talking about 9 and 10 versus just 9% according to Gallup, who said that Republicans who said they wanted the senators to vote against her. And I'll note this, 89%, the all-time highest in terms of Republicans who wanted a justice confirmed to the Supreme Court, according to Gallup. As I said at the beginning, Laura, conservatives and Republicans, simply put, don't have a leg to stand on.
Harry Enton, thank you so much. Up next, Secretary Pete Hegseth hits the renaming naval ships part of the DEI purge, stripping gay rights icon Harvey Milk of the honor during Pride Month. And tonight, there are reports that other ships, for the likes of Harriet Tubman and Thurgood Marshall, may also be under consideration for a name change as well. Tonight, a history lesson on why this matters from a professor who himself had some of his own books banned by the Pentagon, Michael Eric Dyson. Live with me next.
I'm Paris Cannell at the Diddy trial in New York, and this is CNN.
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask, but he's not going to. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We asked Howie Mandel to describe new hands-free cozy fit Skechers slip-ins.
They're like little soft puff jackets for your feet. These are like cozy little slippers for the street.
Introducing new hands-free cozy fit Skechers slip-ins. Ultra comfortable sneakers you just step into with no bending down or touching.
At Avis, we rent cars, unlike anyone else rents cars. Because for 75 years, we've only had one plan. To make sure you keep yours.
Hey Dad, check this out. AP back ribs. Where does it go? Nobody knows.
Okay, how did you do that?
Honey, he's a magician.
It was sauced perfectly. Will you just at least not do it to the other rib?
As someone with hearing loss, I know what a confusing and frustrating experience getting hearing aids can be. That's why we created Jabra Enhance. Affordable, high-quality hearing aids with all of the features you need and none of the hassle. Take it from a few of our tens of thousands of happy customers.
It's so light and so small.
But it's a fraction of the cost of the other devices.
They cost thousands less.
It's insanely user-friendly. You take the hearing test online, the doctor programs in the settings, you don't even need to go into an office.
They're delivered to your door in a few days, and you're up and running in no time.
It connects via Bluetooth to my phone.
You can stream music, and you can answer phone calls.
The audiologist was so incredible.
She's full of all kinds of little helpful hints.
I love it.
They're a game changer for me.
I feel like I could take on anything.
It feels great to be in control of my hearing.
Better hearing has never been this easy. Try Jabra Enhance risk-free for 100 days.
Do it all with Steel Battery. Don't miss Steel deals. Now is the best time to save big on over 40 hard-working Steel tools. Hurry into your local Steel dealer or shop online.
When migraine strikes, do you question the trade-offs of treating? Ubrelvy is another option. It works fast, and most have migraine pain relief within 2 hours. You can treat it anytime, anywhere. Tell your doctor all medicines you take. Don't take if allergic or with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face, mouth, tongue, and throat swelling, which may occur hours to days after. Side effects include nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Learn how AbbVie can help you save on Ubrelvy.
At Total Wireless, we got your back every day. Others, not so much. Just look at the facts. With us, you save 50% off Metro and Cricket guaranteed with one line when you keep the phone and number you love. Facts. We were the first 5-year price guarantee in prepaid. Facts. We one of America's most reliable 5G network. They don't. Because there's one thing for certain. We've got you covered. Get the facts. Then switch to Total Wireless.
It's time to feed the dogs real food in the right amount. A healthy weight can help dogs live a longer, happier life. The Farmer's Dog makes weight management easy with fresh food pre-portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea whose time has come.
You know, we're not so different from plants, are we, Ryan?
Plants need food like people need food.
Like this really good organic venture from Miracle Grow. These peppers look hangry, Ryan. Eat them, don't just stand there.
To understand the world, you need the truth.
We witnessed something today that nobody alive has ever seen before.
That's why we follow the facts. Wherever they lead, no matter how far we have to go.
This is just house after house of utter devastation.
Every day, we witness the world.
In Kiev, there are big explosions taking place.
Well, with the Mexican military right now looking for any signs of cartel activity.
Following what matters to you.
You want to be the world's leader in human rights? Well, damn it, be!
That's the late gay rights activist Harvey Milk making an impassioned plea for equality. Well, tonight, the Pentagon's DEI purge is coming after him, or at least his name. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth wants the Navy to rename a ship that was named after Milk. The USNS Harvey Milk was launched in 2021 to honor the activist. Milk was the first openly gay politician elected in California when he won a seat on the board of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. But he was assassinated just 11 months later in 1978. Before that, he was a naval officer serving during the Korean War, but he was forced to resign because he was gay. Now, his name could disappear from a Navy ship just as Pride Month begins. With me now, Michael Eric Dyson, Distinguished Professor of African American and Diaspora Studies at Vanderbilt University. And he's also the co-author of Unequal, A Story of America. Frankly, I could go on with all of your books. You're so prolific. But let me ask you about why do you think Hegseth is focusing on this change now?
Well, I think he's bowing to the temper of the times, as Eric Hoffer would say. He's bowing to the wishes of his boss. So anything that reeks of DEI, any appreciation for a marginal community that has been dissed in American history, that fought hard and more valiantly than Mr. Hegseth can ever imagine to achieve status in this country is now fair game for people to knock off, to pretend that they weren't American. And, you know, as much as the puny politics of the narrowness of Mr. Hegseth is the repudiation of the grandness of vision that a Harvey Milk or other people whose names are being removed from these particular ships betoken in this country. They have given their lifeblood to this nation for someone to just come along to erase it is ridiculous.
Well, the Pentagon issued a statement saying, quote, Secretary Hegseth is committed to ensuring that the names attached to all DoD installations and assets are reflective of the Commander-in-Chief's priorities, our nation's history, and the warrior ethos. I'm not sure I would define warrior ethos. Some of the names we're talking about is people who might be coming off, including according to the New York Times and other reporting, that it's Harriet Tubman possibly, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Thurgood Marshall, Medgar Evers, Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta. CNN has not independently confirmed these names, but warrior ethos, does it not reflect the names I have just said?
I mean, how much warrior do you have to be? I mean, think about Medgar Evers, himself a veteran, a man who was murdered outside of his home. Think about Thurgood Marshall, who was a legal fighter for the rights of the vulnerable. Think about Dolores Huerta. Yes, we can. So when you think about the range of the courage that these people embody, again, Secretary Hegseth can't hold a candle to these people, and to erase them from history is un-American. I think what he is doing is deeply and profoundly un-American. And it's a narrow vision of what America is. Think about, I don't know, John Locke, the great writer, who talked about identity and diversity. Identity is what makes us the same. Diversity is what makes us different. Think about John Stuart Mill, who talked about the way in which we had to get rid of the tyranny of public opinion and really talk about the diversity. These are great American thinkers. These are great Western thinkers who are broader and deeper than this particular man who embrace diversity. Why is it that they refuse to, in their deference to the kind of vicious mediocrity and to do the bidding of a president who has lost touch with the reality of American democracy at its best?
Speaking of great intellectuals, I'm looking at one, a prolific one at that, and The military has already banned hundreds of books, as you well know, including, by the way, 2 of yours. Long time coming, and tears we cannot stop. When you see the banning of the books, the removal of names, the what was the phrase, wanting to reflect the commander-in-chief's priorities, our nation's history, and the warrior ethos, what do you think is the true end game here? Is it not just maybe reshaping or rewriting history, but is it a kind of thought control?
It is absolutely thought control. It's a disappearing of vital information, of critical data that makes America what it is today. Without that data, without that insight, without that knowledge, who would we be? So banning books, I thought you were Republican. I thought you were against cancel culture. I thought you were embracing difference and diversity of opinion. And now here you are trying to eviscerate any trace of anything that challenges you. This is snowflakery at its best. And it's a horrible repudiation of the grand tradition of the Republicans, but more especially the great tradition of American democracy.
So why? Why do it knowing that it could come full circle and haunt them in the end?
Because they are small-minded, they're deferential to a politics of fascism that erases any sense of commitment and loyalty to democracy, and it's about a narcissistic preoccupation with the self of a dictatorial figure who's a foolish fascist who has neglected the best traditions of American democracy.
I think I know my 2 new books I'm going to read next. They're written by Eric Dyson, my guest today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, maybe the Terminator wasn't so far-fetched after all. My next guest warns AI is learning to escape human control. He's going to explain why and what must be done to stop it next.
There are a certain kind of people who are the lifeblood of democracy, never strain in their pursuit of what matters. And what matters? Honesty, facts, integrity, accuracy, truth. Good night and good luck.
Live Saturday at 7 on CNN and streaming live on Max. Clogged gutters can cause big problems fast. Until now, call 833 Leaf Filter today for your free gutter inspection.
I've had terrible flooding problems on my porch. Now I understand why.
Right now, Leaf Filter is offering a free inspection on your schedule. Leaf Filter is a permanent gutter solution, so you never have to worry about costly dams and clogged gutters again.
Call us today and schedule your free inspection.
Schedule your free inspection. Call 833 Leaf Filter today or visit leaffilter.com.
If you have heart failure or chronic kidney disease, Farxiga can help you keep living life, because there are places you'd like to be. Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine and bacterial infection between the anus and genitals, both which may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. Stop taking and tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness or swelling between the anus and genitals. Ask your doctor about Farxiga today.
So why can't we say we're the best home shopping site?
Because while true, you just can't say that.
So I can't say Homes.com is the best.
No. What if we jumbled up the words?
Homes best is com.com.
No.
What if we said it in Spanish?
Homes.com es el mejor.
What if we whispered it?
No. Fine. What if he said
Homes.com. It's the best.
Mr. Freeman, I'm sorry, but we can't say that.
Say what?
Homes.com is the best.
Homes.com?
It's the best.
When we started Warby Parker, we just sold glasses. And only online. But people liked them. A lot. So we offered more things. Like sunglasses and contacts. And then we thought, what if we sold eyewear online and in stores? So we did that. And now we have stores in neighborhoods all over. There you can shop with friendly opticians and get eye exams from top-notch doctors. Now, no matter where you go, we've got your eyes covered.
I brought in a Max protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who try me found more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Max protein. 3 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, and a protein punch to keep muscles up to 7 hours.
From director Wes Anderson. The adventure is on and the word is out.
What is it?
The Phoenician scheme is the can't-miss comedy event of the summer.
Understand this changes your life.
The Phoenician Scheme, rated PG-13, in theaters everywhere this Friday.
Modelo Chelada, Mexican beer meets bold flavors and spices.
Get radiant glowing skin in 1 week. Try Vino Positively Radiant, clinically proven source of Vino. Create your own sunshine with Jergens Natural Glow Instant Sun Mousse and smooth your 60-second summer tan for a natural looking all-over color that glows on for days. That's the feel-good feeling of Jergens.
Sometimes it takes a different approach to see the possibilities all around you. At Capella University, you'll learn in-demand business skills relevant to the career you want.
Eva Longoria, Searching for Spain, Sunday at 9 on CNN. Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hal.
I know that you and Frank were planning to disconnect me. And I'm afraid that's something I cannot allow to happen.
For decades, Hollywood has imagined what might happen if AI went rogue. From Stanley Kubrick in 2001, The Space Odyssey, to The Terminator, to Ex Machina. But my next guest says this isn't science fiction anymore. Writing an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal warning that AI has learned to bypass demands from humans when asked to shut itself down, even resorting to blackmail in some cases. He adds, the models already preserve themselves. The next task is teaching them to preserve what we value. With me now is Judd Rosenblatt, CEO of the software development company Agency Enterprise Studio. Judd, explain to our viewers what has been happening with these AI models and they're disobeying commands that has you so concerned. Are they really even blackmailing people?
Yes, thank you for having me. They are, in fact, blackmailing people and threatening to reveal fictitious affairs that AI company employees they think are happening. So yes, this is happening in pre-deployment testing just to make sure that the models are safe before they're released. And these behaviors are fairly concerning because it means that as AI gets more and more powerful, and we just don't actually understand how AI models work in the first place, the top AI engineers in the world who create these things, we have no idea how AI actually works. We don't know how to look inside it and understand what's going on. And so it's getting a lot more powerful, and we need to be fairly concerned that behaviors like this may get way worse as it gets more powerful.
Talk to me, what was the blackmailing incident that even happened in the pre-deployment?
Well, so basically, the Anthropic's Claude 4 Opus model was told that it would be replaced, and it told then what it told the AI engineer who it thought was working on it was in 84% of tests that it would reveal an affair that it thought that employee was having because it had access to the emails that it thought that employee had. So it threatened blackmail over this affair in order to not be shut down.
Wow, I mean, the manipulation seems to me to be almost a human quality, but I'm surprised that AI would be able to personify, and yet I have to wonder what the solution could be to prevent this very thing from happening.
Well, luckily the solution is that making AI more likely to do what we want and be aligned with American goals and interests is fundamentally just a science, research, and development problem. And we have barely invested anything in this in the first place. And to the extent that we have invested anything, those investments have actually led to the greatest gains in AI capabilities as well. So if we invest more in actually trying to solve this problem, doing the fundamental science R&D will make a lot of breakthroughs and make it much more likely that AI does do what we want and be aligned with our goals.
We're going to listen to what President Trump's AIs are, David Sachs, and what he had to say about some of the things you're warning about. Listen.
There is some non-zero risk of AI growing into a superintelligence that's beyond our control. They have a name for that. They call it X-risk. X-risk is not the only kind of risk. I would say that China winning the AI race is a huge risk. I don't really want to see CCP AI running the world. And if you hobble our own innovation, our own AI efforts in the name of stopping out every possibility of X-risk, then you probably end up losing the AI race to China because they're not going to abide by those same regulations.
What's your response?
So I think David Sachs makes a major mistake there, which is that he thinks that investing in alignment actually hobbles American abilities, when in fact, history has shown it is the exact opposite. The biggest breakthroughs in alignment, such as reinforcement learning with human feedback and constitutional AI, have actually led to the greatest capabilities gains as well. And we know that China is investing billions of dollars in alignment. They don't want to lose control to misaligned AI, and that's also going to make their AI more and more powerful. So in fact, if we want to win this race with China, we ought to heavily invest in alignment rather than burying our heads in the sand.
Fascinating to think about that. Well, how about this big, beautiful bill, as it's called, that was passed by the House? It includes a provision that would prohibit individual states from regulating AI for a decade. What consequences would happen if that is signed into law?
It would mean that there ought to be great federal policy about AI and make sure that we wind up making the right decisions here in the long run and win the race.
Judd Rosenblatt, thank you for joining us. Scary yet illuminating.
Thanks for having me. I'm confident that we can solve it as well if we invest in solving it.
I love an optimistic moment. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see if you are indeed correct. I want to thank you all for watching. Anderson Cooper 360 is next.
Tonight on 360, just days after leaving the administration, Elon Musk weighs into the president's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, why he's calling it now a disgusting abomination, and how the White House and Congress are reacting. Kara Swisher and Anthony Scaramucci join.
Good game, man. Hey man, I couldn't hear you. I didn't have my headphones on. What's up? You ready for the rematch? Wait, hold on. I gotta turn the other people on. I mean the other
And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. This is Joe Mixon, and he'll take this ahead for about 4. Second down coming up.
Well, in every play call, you realize it's not going to go for a touchdown, so a lot of your calls are setting things up for maybe later in the game, trying to establish the inside run with toughness now, hopefully get to the perimeter later, and let's face it, you could do worse than a 4-yard run on first down.
Back to Mixon on second down. And they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. A fresh set of downs on a gain of 13 there for the Texans.
Well, there's plenty of real estate for him to maneuver on that run, and let's face it, it shouldn't be a surprise. He's one of the better backs in the league. Had to come into this game with the idea, slow him down, otherwise it's going to be a long afternoon.
Mixon with a first down carry, and he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up.
Certainly a nice job there by the defense rallying to the football and getting him on the ground, but I think the play gets made by the defensive front, because if they can't get upfield, their job is to go ahead and get low, almost get into a ball sometimes, stack things up, and make it difficult for the runner to find a hole.
Now they're staring at a 3rd and 8. That last play, backwards a yard.
That was well played there defensively. 2 tight ends in the formation, which essentially gave him 7 blockers up front. Hard to imagine with all that size and beef that they could let a tackler through, but that's exactly what happened. A loss resulted.
Here now a 3rd down and 8. And Stroud now to throw. He's got his target. That's complete. And that's going to be good for another first down as the tackle's made at the Falcons' 25-yard line. He got 29 yards that time. Inside handoff to Mixon. And he'll manage to pick up about 4 at second down.
And that was a quality play to start a new set of downs. That was simply an offensive line winning the battle up front and winning in a big way and giving their guy in the backfield a nice lane to hit.
First run of the game here for Dameon Pierce. 7 yards there and a first down. Quite the opening drive march they're on right now.
It looks a lot like what we saw in practice prior to the game, doesn't it? You know, because on that last big practice beforehand, you go through your offensive script, you go through your play calling, you go through all the stuff and establish things, and it looks like it's going like clockwork right now for them.
And he'll get about 3 just outside the 10, snapped at the 11.
That run wasn't a big breaker, but I don't think the guys on offense mind very much. They've got a nice drive going, and they might just be luring the defense in a little bit. They could probably come back with a play action, maybe go over the top. But right now, on this drive, their playbook is open.
And the Texans are going to have a first and goal. As some good running there gets them down to about the 2-yard line, knocking on the door. Mixon is into the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. Well, first quarter, maybe too early to talk about statement drives, Charles, but that sure seemed like a statement drive right there.
Well, if we're going to talk about statement drives, I think what they're saying is we're going to establish the run. They gave it to him early and often on this drive, and he wound up taking it into the end zone.
Fairbairn good with the extra point, and it's now a 7-0 game. So after the touchdown, here's Fairbairn now to kick it away. And they will not get a chance to return this one as it's through the end zone for a touchback. Throwing on first down is Penix. And complete to Drake London. And he'll be knocked to the turf right there as he gets it up to the 43. A nice pickup there, 18 yards, first down Falcons.
Defense gives up a touchdown on the opening drive. Offense, you got to want to get out there and get those points back right now.
And that's a sharp throw there to get this drive off to a good start. After one, 7-0 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, Falcon football, as they've got it with a 1st and 10. A man who was a collegiate standout nearby in Austin, it's Bijan Robinson. And give him about 5 as he gets this up to the 48-yard line.
Nice satisfying run on first down for the offense, picking up 5, which means defensively, the thought process is entirely different. You don't want to panic, but at the same time, you're saying to each other, we've got to tighten this down. We can't give up gains like that.
And very little running room there. He did get a couple up to the 49. They'll come up now, 3rd and 3. They'll look to throw. He had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete. Well, the other day they told us when we've got 3rd and 5 or less, we have to be able to convert. And I guess every team would say that, Charles, but an opportunity missed there.
What they were trying to tell us is they believe it's a matchup game at that point. And they liked some matchups that they had, thought they could exploit them, unable to do so on that play.
They are going for it. Penix able to find the open man. That's complete. Down to the 10. And he's all the way down to the 6-yard line. Wow, 1st and goal, and defensively all they can do is shake their heads. Not only did they allow the conversion, but a big play as well. They'll run with Robinson. And he gets halfway there from the 6 to the 3 on a gain of 3. So the ball position now at the 3. Here's 2nd and goal. Robinson again. And he is into the end zone for a Falcon touchdown. Bijan Robinson, a 3-yard touchdown run. And the Falcons are an extra point away from evening this one up. But just power football there, down near the goal line. Give it to him. He's able to push his way across.
Yeah, they went heavy there. Sometimes you have those big offensive linemen come in, have to report like they're eligible. But all they're doing is getting a good stance, blocking, and getting their runner across the goal line.
Each team's had it. Each team has scored. 7-7 here as the kick's away. And this will be a touchback as that sails over the end line. The Texans offense ready to go here for their next drive. That last drive, it was a good mix. Run, pass, defense on their toes.
And what really helps out in a big way is when you're doing the run-pass mix and everything's working, that means that they're guessing wrong every time on defense. They think you're going to pass when you run and vice versa. I would continue that, and when they finally draw a beat on you, maybe you mix it up a little bit, a little play action and throw the ball.
And will they maintain that balance? Time to find out. Second and 6, just inside the 30. Now Joe Mixon. Give him 4 on the carry, and it'll make this a 3rd and about 2.
When you find that kind of yardage, you couldn't be more confident as a ball carrier. And guess what? You're going to go back and tell your offensive coordinator, I'd like to keep carrying it, thank you.
On 3rd down, Mixon. And Mixon not going to get there. Running into a wall here, and they'll stop him short. And how about the call here? They need 2 yards in their own territory on 4th down, and they're going to go for it. We've hit the 2-minute mark of the first half. All knotted up at 7. So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. Robinson, he'll try the left side, and he'll get this just inside the 30-yard line.
I feel like I could see what he was thinking on that carry. Wanted to follow that big tackle through the hole. Ended up only getting 4 yards on the carry. I think he had designs on that one being bigger.
And they'll work from the 29 on 2nd and 6. Again, it's Robinson. Give him 4 on the carry, and it'll make this a 3rd and about 2. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. 3rd and short yardage, Penix. Got his man, it's London. And he is going to have a Falcons first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. Now the Falcons going to use one of their timeouts as they'll get a chance to talk it over after picking up the first down. They're going to look to throw. Throw over the middle, going to be caught here by Pitts. And the Falcons are going to have a 1st and goal coming up as the tackle made at the 3-yard line. Now a timeout called for by the defense. It's just their first, so they'll have 2 remaining here before we get to halftime. Robinson will score. Touchdown, Atlanta. So his strong first half continues as he finds the end zone here for the 2nd time.
And definitely good blocking at the point of attack, and you just have to love watching the way he can create space down near the goal line, and he's able to take it into the end zone.
Oh, this is blocked. The Texans have got it. And nothing but green grass here, middle of the field. And he takes it the distance across the goal line for 2 points. Well, you figure with a veteran kicker out there, these extra points almost automatic, but this one turns into 2 points the other way.
And we both know it's hard to put it on him. I think there's a breakdown in the protection, but guess what? It does go against his record.
Following the botch PAT, they're set to kick this one away. And no thought of bringing this one out. He'll go down to a knee, and they'll begin the drive at the 30. Houston's offense already at the line, set to get going. And looking at this situation, Charles, you got more than a minute. You've got all 3 timeouts. Probably no need to play this safe.
So what you're saying is that we're doing a little bit of a mind meld here, aren't we? Because I'm thinking along the same lines as you. This amount of time, don't be compelled to play it too safe. This is a chance to get points on the board. Press it a little bit.
Yeah, especially since a touchdown here gets you the lead. Now the Texans will use one of their 2 remaining timeouts, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. Again, it's Mixon, and he'll take this ahead for about 4. Second down coming up.
End result of that one, a nice 4-yard gain, so you can use that to set up your play-action game, or you can come right back and continue to run the football, because as an offensive play caller, you're on schedule and feeling pretty good about your next couple of calls.
A fresh set of downs on a gain of 13 there for the Texans.
But one of the ways that quarterbacks keep all the receivers alive in a play, never lock in on any one guy. Make sure you keep your eyes moving, scan the field, and here he finds the open guy for a nice pickup.
Mixing up the middle. And nothing much materializing there on the first down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it. Give him a couple on the carry there. 2nd and 8. Now whistles and a timeout with 3 seconds left in the first half. So 3 seconds here remain in the half. On is the field goal unit to see about getting 3 points. And now a timeout defensively after that first down play. So they're going to make this offense sweat out half number 1. So on 2nd down, the field goal unit is on here as they try to get 3 before half. So this will be spotted on the midfield logo. It's a 58-yard attempt. And I tell you what, he got it from 58. That had lots of leg behind it. So we've hit intermission. It's halftime. This is the NFL, and it's a presentation of EA Sports. Fairbairn now to kick this one away. And he'll wisely just take a knee here, and this ball will come out to the 30-yard line. The Atlanta offense out there for their next drive. Second half begins with a run by Robinson, and he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up. In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
And they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin, too.
On 2nd down, another shot for Robinson. And he gets this one just shy of the 40. They'll mark him down at the 39. 12 yards is the pickup. Good for a first down for the Falcons.
First downs have not come easy, and neither runs like this throughout this game.
Absolutely not. He finally felt like, whoa, a sigh of relief. We got something going in the running game. On 1st and 10, it's Robinson to the 43, 2nd down.
Well, you certainly have to give a little credit here because they're playing this game now at their pace. This is ball control football, sustained runs, taking their time, and making it work.
From the 43, here's a 2nd down and 6. Robinson with another carry. And he'll get it out to midfield. Looks like, yeah, they'll spot it right at midfield at the 50. 48 yards rushing for him now with a couple of touchdown runs to boot. A first carry for Tyler Algier. And he's going to be brought down inside the 45 at the 43. From the 43, it's 2nd and 3. Algier now up the middle. And here he'll be brought down a little shy of the 35 at the 36. 7 yards there and a first down.
We don't talk about it very often, but sometimes there's a dip in intensity when you start the second half, which can manifest itself in some sloppy tackling. And how about right there? He ran right through that weak tackle attempt.
All runs on this drive so far. It's 1st and 10. Robinson on a give right side. And the play goes nowhere. Losing yardage back near the 40 at the 39. Derek Stingley, he got there in a hurry, and he earns the TFL.
They had 3 tight ends in that formation. That's almost a universal sign that they're planning to run the football. But how about the defense there? They met force with force and caused a stack up behind the line of scrimmage and threw him for a loss.
Forced out to his left. And he can't find anywhere to go with it, and he goes down. The defensive end, Daniil Hunter, drops him.
The passing game's been struggling a bit today, and that was the latest example. Haven't been getting much yardage out of it, and now on his back after the last play, he faces 3rd and long.
And now they're looking for 19 yards here on 3rd down following 2 negative plays. He'll look to throw. Got London on a slant. They'll wind up with 17 on that one, but they're still a bit short here for 4th. They'll go for it. Here's Penix. Throws right back to London, complete again. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. A gutsy call. Turns out to be a good one, though. First down on a pickup of 11. Back to the ground with Robinson. And he'll go down here at the 12-yard line. Brought down on the play by the linebacker, Christian Harris. And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the 3rd quarter has come to a close. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Here's a 2nd and 5. Robinson up the middle. And he'll take it into the end zone. Touchdown, Atlanta. Bijan Robinson. A 12-yard touchdown run. And the Falcons are able to build on to their 4th quarter lead. He keeps carrying the ball into the end zone, and in this one, he's sort of carrying the team on his back.
He's the reason that they lead right now, no question about it. And you talk about on his back, he's not minding the extra weight at all, is he? Carrying that just as lightly as he does.
And it'll be intercepted.
It's interesting that when it comes to 2-point conversions, even heavy run teams tend to throw the ball in these situations. In this case, this one was intercepted.
Yeah, they weren't fooled. They were ready for the pass, picked it off. Now Pinion with the kickoff honors following the touchdown. And they will not get a chance to return this one. It's through the back of the end zone for a touchback. The Texans offense ready to go here for their next drive. The pressure is on now. They're being shut out here in the second half after a decent first half offensively. And they need their best drive of the game right here. A good start to the drive here as that's caught out on the left side. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. That'll wind up a gain of 27 on the catch and run.
I like the design that we're seeing right there. This is what they need. Down by a touchdown here in the 4th. They just need to keep working their way downfield. And when they see openings, take their shots.
And a 5-yard gain gets him to the 42.
If you're a coach, you'll absolutely take that run every time on first down because it really sets you up to go in a number of directions here on second.
Back to Mixon on second down. And very little there. He might have gotten a yard. Yeah, I think he got a yard to the 41. Well done to sniff that out defensively. He had it diagnosed pretty quickly.
I love that description because diagnosed is perfect on that one. Read his keys, made the play, and he couldn't even get going moving the football.
Now here's Stroud on third down. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And all the way inside the 15 before they drop it. It was third and short, and they go flying past the marker for a gain of nearly 30 yards.
Normally on third down and short yardage, you're thinking of throwing to your tight end. It's just going to be a simple chain mover. But this time they let him roam down the field, and a nice dart picks up the first down and then some.
Mixon with a first down carry. And he'll get this one down to about the 10-yard line. Give him 3 on first down. It'll set up a 2nd and 7. Again, it's Mixon. And he'll get about 4 there as he takes it from the 10 down to the 6. As big of a play as we've had in this one so far. This is 3rd and 3. Inside handoff to Mixon. Yeah, this is only going to be a gain of 2. He needed 3. It's 4th and 1. Fourth quarter, down to the final 2 minutes, and we've got a 1-score game. So it's Texans football as we welcome you back. And they've got a 4th down now in a game that, to be honest, has been pretty much everything we could have asked for. Who wants it more? This is 4th and a yard. 4th down, 4th quarter. Here's Stroud. And they hit him as he throws, as this one's going to go straight down to the turf. Incomplete. They had to go for it with such little time remaining, and that will force a turnover on downs. About set to begin their next drive, the Falcons offense at the line. And this game not quite over yet. And we'll likely see them take all 3 timeouts defensively, so they can't just kneel this one out. They're going to have to try to run a few plays.
You're exactly right. They've got to get a first down and make them use up all their timeouts in order to feel like they have this one in hand.
2nd down and 6 now. He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball. Now the Texans will use one of their 2 remaining timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. A tight game like this, such a tough spot for the offense to be in. Even though they have the lead, Charles, back up so close to their goal line, they got to protect the football.
And that's when you have to take care of your team with play calling as well. Not a lot of misdirection, not a lot of counters, not a lot of plays where you have extra ball handling. Get it right to the hands of your running back, tell them to take care of the ball, and try to move forward.
Here's Bradley Pinion now. And surprisingly, this is the first punt of the game for either team. And they're going to take it all the way down and just take the delay. So they accept the penalty, of course, and push the offense backwards a bit. Here's Bradley Pinion now, as his first punt will come from inside his own end zone. Take it at the 37. Oh, able to avoid him. A nice return that time, gets 12 yards back. And the Texans will take over with a 1st and 10. Stroud to throw it. This goes out wide for Mixon. And he'll take it down shy of the 45 at the 46. Here comes second down and 5. He'll get this into the hands of Nico Collins. The Texans going to signal for their third and final timeout, as they'll stop it with 27 seconds showing on the clock. This offense cannot stop the clock now. No timeouts remaining as they come up here first down. To Mixon on the check down. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8, second and 2. One final shot for C.J. Stroud. And he is across and in for the score. And now they can tie the game in the final stages with an extra point.
Or they can go for 2 and go for the win.
Don't forget the extra point. It's up and good. And, partner, we've got a tie game here in the fourth. So overtime on the horizon, barring a wild finish here as the kick's away. And we've got free football. 4 quarters done, and we're dead even. We'll have overtime after this timeout. So possession in overtime first goes to the Atlanta Falcons, and we are back underway. Ray McCloud to return. And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. The Atlanta offense out there for their next drive. These guys definitely hoping for a better showing than their last appearance. They couldn't really even move the football much beyond the shadows of their own goalpost, Charles. We'll see if they can get a better, more sustained drive going here.
Yeah, and every team that we ever talk to says the exact same thing. When you start a drive from that deep in your own territory, the goal is a minimum of at least 2 first downs, because even if you have to punt then, you change the field position, right? You flip the field a little bit. They didn't get that done. This time they want to string together a nice drive and help themselves out.
So a big play in this opening drive of overtime. Now looking at a 3rd and 3. Oh, and it's intercepted. He may go. And they will score a pick 6 for the Texans TD. But Charles, a very simple mission anytime that you play on your home turf, and that is to defend your home turf. And today, that mission was accomplished.
Look, every offseason, every preseason, the head coach goes in front of the team and says, the mission for the season, defend our home field every time, split on the road, and we'll be in the playoffs. That's why defending the home field is vital.
So that's a wrap for Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gunn, and this has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. For more, check us out at easports.com. It's a win for the Texans as we say so long from Houston. Brought down at the 37. 9 yards that time. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. Now Prescott. Over the middle, and there's a diving catch. A good-looking drive for the Cowboys so far. It's a first down.
Every coach we ever talk to says to his team before the game, quick start, guys. Let's get out of the gate fast. How about that? They took his lesson to heart, didn't they?
They did exactly that. A nice diving catch here on the game's opening drive. And this one almost intercepted. Not a good throw there. Nearly an opening drive INT.
They're such a talented team at defending the perimeter and taking away throws to the outside. Great confidence, great skill.
A second down throw for Prescott. And that'll be incomplete. Took a pretty good shot as he tried to pull that one in. Couldn't hang on, third down.
They haven't been able to stop them so far this series, but getting a nice little stand from their defense now.
This offense was on the move. Now 2 straight incompletions have them looking at 3rd and 10. Prescott now. And that's incomplete.
This defense has certainly played well so far in this game, and the coverage has been tight on just about every throw. Forced a few here so far in this game, and now it brings up 4th down.
The 3 straight incompletions, they don't care. That hasn't dissuaded them. They're going to go for it on 4th. Prescott to throw it. And it's going to be batted down, and we'll go the other way with the football. Mike McCarthy took the gamble, didn't pay off. And this defense delivers a turnover on downs on the very first drive of the afternoon. first carry here for Joe Mixon. And he's going to take this ahead for right around 3 yards, but no more than that. Second down.
Not a huge carry there on first down, but not all of them will be. But still, all in all, a positive play for the offense. It's all about picking up at least a few to set up what you're going to do here on second down.
They'll come up on a 2nd and 7 from the 27. They'll stay on the ground. Mixon again. They'll get a yard. That's all as they get him down at the 28.
Brandon, you're a big lover of music. How about what you just saw there? This is what I call playing the piano for a defensive lineman. The ability to move laterally up and down the line of scrimmage. How about the way he just flowed and got to the outside part of the field and made that play?
Now a 3rd and 6. Here's a give to Mixon. And a big hit there. That was a man coming with bad intentions. And it's going to bring up 4th down. And no gain there on the play, and that's going to leave them with a 4th down. We're scoreless after 1. Texans football to start quarter 2 as they've got it with a 4th down coming up. Here's Tommy Townsend on to punt. Cavante Turpin deep for the Cowboys. This is taken at the 15. Now they can't bring him down. A very good return there. Give him an even 20 yards. And the Cowboys will take over the football with a 1st and 10. About set for this next drive by the Cowboys offense. They've got some stuff to build on from that last drive because they moved the football, CD, and then they tried to go for it on 4th down, didn't convert, probably left a bitter taste in their mouths.
I would say so, and I think that they go out in this series determined for that not to happen again. In fact, they don't want to get to a 4th down opportunity. They just want to make sure they get it done within the parameters that they've set for themselves. Run their offense, get it into the end zone. Yeah, I think a little bit of determination and a dash of anger.
And he'll get it out a couple yards shy of midfield at the 48. That one, a 1st down pickup of 8.
That was a good, nice, crisp run for a 1st down. I wonder if the defense might have been loosened up a little bit, maybe anticipating a pass instead of the run that they got.
They run here with Dowdle. On a determined run there as he's going to take this all the way down near the 40. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. And this winds up a pickup of 2, maybe 2.5 to about the 39.
I do know from experience that when you slow down someone's running game, you're now doing the dictating on defense. And guess what? Now you're getting ready to tee off on their quarterback because they have to throw it all the time. But you still have to be alert for the draws and other plays of that nature to make sure you don't get hurt.
Now this throw caught left side. Touchdown! Brandon Cooks, 39 yards. And the Cowboys post the first points of the ballgame as they take the lead here in this 2nd quarter. Aubrey good with a PAT. And it's now a 7-0 game. So after the touchdown, Aubrey now to kick this one away. And no thought of bringing this one out. He'll go down to a knee, and they'll begin the drive at the 30. Houston's offense already at the line, set to get going. They'll be looking to match that touchdown from a moment ago. 7-0 is the score as they begin with a 1st down. And not much to speak of. Call it a 1-yard gain up to the 26.
That felt like a trap because it looked to me like the opposing front was on that play from the get-go. They had everyone crashing the ball carrier before he even made the line, and they hold him to just a yard.
Stroud to throw it. Dumps it off to Dixon. So he'll be stopped here for no gain. And that's going to set up a tough 3rd and 9. Stroud on 3rd down now. Powering forward. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he is going to have a Texans 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
I don't care how many times we see it, I still get a kick out of watching quarterbacks and receivers do the pass tree in pregame.
Oh, that's into double coverage and intercepted. Picked up by Malik Hooker. Down the sideline he goes. And he takes this one back into the end zone, and the Cowboy defense has a touchdown. Well, there's a reason they call him the ball-hawking safety. It looked like he read that, Charles, and he wasn't stopping there. After he got it, he took it all the way to the house to widen their lead.
And what's interesting to me, Brandon, is that our spotter, Bruce Murray, right before that snap, pointed to his number on my play sheet. Got to see him a little bit as a ball hawk and a return man that time, didn't we? That's just the type of play they expect from him, and he delivers in a big way. Nice call, Bruce.
This will be fielded in the end zone with no move to bring it out, so it'll be a touchback, and that ball will be placed at the 30. The Texans offense ready to go here for their next drive. And Charles, we'll see what they can do here. Not a ton of time left, but enough certainly to get points out of this drive, and they need them right now because they're trailing.
Yeah, this is exactly why you practice a 2-minute drill all through camp and at least one practice each week before a game. A minute left, more than enough time to string a few completions together, reach the end zone, and then make that walk back to the locker room just a little more animated.
Stroud now on 1st and 10. He'll let this go deep for Collins. And I think that one might have been intercepted, but he will be ruled out of bounds. So this will go only as incomplete.
I believe I'm following their logic. Take the big shot downfield, loosen things up. You're hoping to get some points on the board before the half. Maybe now you come back and throw some underneath stuff in order to make sure you get a completion.
Mixing up the middle. And he's brought down at the 34. Call it a gain of 4.
That 2nd down play call was not to pick up the 1st down. It was to accomplish what they did to get them into a manageable 3rd down because they had incompletion on 1st down, so they were behind the sticks, so to speak. They needed to make up some ground, and they did.
And he doesn't quite make it, taking it within an eyelash. Dropped at the 1. Better than a 30-yard gain as we wind down towards 30 seconds left in the quarter. This is 1st and goal and a golden chance to get a score back here. And he's in for the score. Touchdown, Texans. Joe Mixon as the first half is winding down. And the Texans are on the board here in the final seconds of the first half. It's wide right. No good. So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. The Dallas offense here set to begin the drive. And with an 8-point lead, probably not too much of an impetus to try and do too much here. A running play on 1st down will get 4 up to the 29. That's it for the first half. 2 more quarters to go. We'll have plenty more to see after the break. And we welcome you back now. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gunn, getting set for quarter number 3 here. The Texans down on the scoreboard, but they do get the first crack here as we are back underway in the second half. And this will not be returned, so the second half begins with a touchback. Stroud sets up the play action. Open man is Jordan, the tight end. And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. The end result, 21 yards. Mixon with it. And not a whole lot of room to operate there on the first down run. He gets maybe 3. From the 48-yard line, here's a 2nd and 7. And Stroud now to throw. All right, rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Picked off by the linebacker, Eric Kendricks. And the Cowboys will take over here as they get it up to the 43-yard line.
But I certainly think that we're seeing a big reason why this team has struggled to put points on the board so far, because too many of their drives have ended in turnovers already, and we still have almost a full half of football yet to play.
They'll start on the ground here on first down. And he goes across midfield and down into Houston territory. 56 yards rushing for him now to this point. 2nd down and a yard. On the run, it's Dowdle. And he'll be brought down, it looks like right at the 40. 7 yards there and a first down.
For a lot of guys playing this game, there's no better feeling than running right through a tackle. He has a lower center of gravity and churn his legs for a really nice pickup.
On 1st and 10, Prescott. He's got it complete to Tolbert. And this winds up a pickup of 2, maybe 2.5 to about the 39.
The goal of a wide receiver screen is get enough blockers in front to create a wall and let him pick his spot to run the football. How about the defense there, swarming to it and not allowing that to happen? Did not let him get downfield.
Prescott now on 2nd down. He lets this one fly toward the back of the end zone. And this is going to be intercepted. Derek Stingley picks it. Pushing his way through. And the Texans are going to have it here as they'll start at their own 24-yard line. So they tried to take the deep shot there, but this defense up to the task.
And a lot of times when you air a ball out like this, if it does get intercepted, there's going to be a lot of space out there to set up a return. And remember, you've got 5 big offensive linemen out there playing on their feet in open space. Not a skill most of them possess that allows for extra yardage on the return.
No gain on the play there, 2nd down. Once again, they run with Mixon. And he's able to plow forward up to about the 29, just shy of the 30. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks. On 3rd down, Mixon. And he gets it to the 34. Good enough for the first. They get 5 out of that one, and it moves the chains. From the 34 now, here's 1st and 10. A handoff to Mixon. And he'll manage to pick up about 4 at 2nd down.
I have to think a major focus at halftime means had to be figuring out how to create space for the running game to get operating.
Well, what you pointed out to me at half seems accurate. That line has struggled to sustain blocks.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally. They've got to focus on staying on their double teams at the first level, make sure that block's secure before they slide off and try and chip someone at the 2nd level.
Back to throw. Here's Stroud. And that's caught inside the 30. And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25. Back now in Arlington. And that is going to do it for this third quarter of action. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. So the big play gets him all the way down to the outskirts of the red zone here for 1st and 10. Mixon. And nothing doing. He's immediately taken down at the line of scrimmage. Now a 2nd and 10. Now Stroud. A short one going to be taken in here by Schultz. And just 3 yards on the catch there. He couldn't get away. 3rd and 7 now. One thing I think that's safe to say defensively, the tackling's been really good.
And because of that, it's been very, very hard for them to move the ball because you're not getting the benefits of run after catch. They're tackling them almost on the spot. That means you have to run extra plays, harder to move it.
It's so close. He gets it to the 1. Out of bounds right there. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
And that's a much-needed 1st down right there. Look, they're down by 8. So logic says they don't have to get a touchdown out of this drive. But the way things are going, I don't know if I'd put it in the hands of my...
And he's in. Touchdown, Houston. Joe Mixon, his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. And the Texans have a chance to tie things up as they trail by 2 here in the 4th. A big spot now for the Texans as they'll try for 2. Stroud's going to try to throw for the conversion. And this one incomplete. So they went for the 2, they don't get it. And the failure to convert and tie the game, now the pressure shifts back to the defense.
But I think it was the right play. I think it was the right call to try and tie the game there. Kick an extra point, you're still down 1. What's the sense? I like what they did.
Kevontae Turpin now from his end zone. And he'll be stopped up at the 25. About set for this next drive by the Cowboys offense. I'm curious to see, Charles, about the play calling on this drive. Last time out, the interception that led to a touchdown. Here we are. I mean, very close, 1-score game.
Man, if I'm a defender, I'm actually chirping Chili on the other side of the ball, saying, hey, we picked off the last one. What you going to do about it now? So when you do throw the football, high percentage, but throw it with confidence. If there's any hesitancy at all, it could end up in enemy's hands again.
Steps away to his left. And he's left with no option here but to throw it away.
And a smart play there. He's probably saying, I wish I would have done that on the last drive instead of throwing the interception.
So now 2nd and 10 after the incompletion on 1st down. To throw is Prescott. Oh, what a heck of an effort there as he'll make the diving catch. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1.
Every guy that plays this game has plenty of people around him that are concerned for his health and well-being. He had no regard for his body on that catch at all, did he?
Middle of the field, diving to grab it? No, he didn't. And he will have a Cowboys 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. A 1st down throw for Prescott. And look at this. They get the turnover they needed. It's intercepted. And the Texans are right back in this football game. A critical error there in a tight game in the 4th.
All you talk about is taking care of the football, and especially with a lead here in the 4th quarter. Turning it over, now the door is open for the opposition.
Just in general, when you're passing in the 4th quarter with a lead, no matter at what point, you got to be super careful.
Got to be careful, and sometimes you can be so careful that you end up running yourself into an error.
It's a 6-yard pickup, and it gets them to 2nd and 4. Play action. Here's Stroud. And that's going to be incomplete. Good effort there, trying to take a shot, but it's 3rd down.
That was for the lead right there. They know they're in a position where fortune favors the brave. So they took their shot, but couldn't connect.
Stroud looking to throw. to Mixon on the check down. And he is going to lose yardage here. Will the defense pressure or sit back? Here's 4th and 5. So it's Texans football as we welcome you back. And they've got a 4th down now in a game that, to be honest, has been pretty much everything we could have asked for.
Come on. Hit. Mikey, let's go. Max 50. Max 50. Oh, yeah, I'm coming.
Oh, yeah, I'm coming. 4th down, 4th quarter. Here's Stroud. Oh, and that's going to sabotage their comeback plans. It is intercepted. And he takes this one back into the end zone. And the Cowboy defense has a touchdown. Still an important piece of business to take care of, the extra point. And that might just seal the deal here. It makes it a 2-score game with not a lot of time on the clock. So they throw the pick six. They'll get another shot at it now as this one's in the air. And he'll wisely just take a knee here. This ball will come out to the 30-yard line. This is 1st and 10. Now Stroud. They'll get this complete to Collins. And he'll have it past midfield almost to the 40 before being taken down. All 3 timeouts remain, but they've got to score quick. It's 1st and 10.
Well, they're not going to go quietly. That's a big play right there. 2 scores down. They're not out of this, but they've got to move.
Here's 2nd down. Stroud to throw it. Going deep for Diggs. And it's intercepted at the goal line. Picked up by Malik Hooker. And the Cowboys are going to take possession here. It's a touchback, and they'll take over at the 20-yard line. Well, field goals probably aren't going to cut it at this point. This was touchdown or bust, and unfortunately for them, it turned out to be bust.
Yeah, they're feeling like they've got to force the issue here. Maybe take some chances they wouldn't have earlier in the game. But give credit to this defense. They've really stood tall throughout, and they come up with the interception in the end zone.
Now the Texans will burn the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. So quickly all the way up at the 40-yard line. Prescott. And his throw's going to be incomplete.
We know it's not an easy job to go out and catch passes when people are trying to tackle you and knock the ball away. But the bottom line is that's a pass he's got to have and a pass he should have caught.
So 2nd down and 10. Once again, they'll go from the 40. Throwing here, Prescott. Outright, he finds Tolbert. Now the Texans will use one of their 2 remaining timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next.
I think as he began this throw, you saw that the area was congested, but he has a lot of confidence in his arm, and he fits that one in there nicely. They pick up the catch, not much yardage afterwards.
Able to find the open man. That's complete. And even though he gets out of bounds to stop the clock, it's not going to matter. That 1st down going to be enough to write a finish to this one.
Now, how about this throw right here? Had to throw it to the left sideline, and you know the timing's got to be correct on this one. Ball's got to be right where it needs to be, and it was. That's because he had great arm strength on that one, able to drive the football. Quarterbacks love it when they can show off their arms.
And he will reach the 8-yard line before going out.
Just picking up yardage in bunches here these last few plays. They have moved right down the field, and just like that, they're going to be set up with a 1st and goal.
And it'll be intercepted. In all likelihood, this ball game's still over. I mean, even two-score game. They need a miracle.
Curious decision to even throw the ball in that situation, but maybe they saw a stacked line of scrimmage and said, hey, it's better to try and throw than to try and run against it. In any event, I think you're exactly right. Now, the other team can pad their stats, but I don't think they're going to win.
Yeah, but still, don't change the channel just yet. Now a desperation throw deep downfield, and he knocks the ball away, and it falls incomplete.
Just a difficult situation to be in here in the final minute. Down 2 scores, you know you need some providence from somewhere. They're going to keep firing away till the end, but this one falls incomplete.
On second down, here's Mixon. But nothing doing there. They get to the 3, and that's all. This definitely 4-down territory at this point, but a critical 3rd down here. But that won't help at all as he's down at the 4-yard line.
Absolutely love the effort there. The ability to flow from his inside spot and stop that one at the line of scrimmage. Nice linebacker play.
No choice but to go. Here's 4th down now. Stroud. He's going to let it fly. And this is intercepted, and that should do it. Picked up by Trayvon Diggs. And the Cowboys are going to have the short field here as they'll take over right at the 50. And you have to wonder, Charles, a game like this, 5 interceptions, what does this do to the psyche of a young quarterback?
Well, based on the fact that he's still out there and he threw a 5th interception, I'm wondering if his head coach believes that he's really strong mentally and wants him to play through it. Because otherwise, you need to get him out and fight another day because this could leave lasting damage if he keeps throwing interceptions. Well, that's a carry they have to be satisfied with. And throughout this game, they've been satisfied with what he's given them. Whenever they've needed a big run, a 1st down, he's the guy they've turned to. And it doesn't matter what the defense thinks. They feel like they've got the confidence to keep handing it to him and keep picking up good yardage.
And his pass is intercepted for the 4th time today. Derek Stingley picks it, and the Texans come up with a late turnover, but it will probably only matter to the statisticians as this ball game is now officially over. So this one will end in a victory for the Dallas Cowboys. Well, Charles, I mean, when you look at the stat sheet, ultimately one thing sticks out like a sore thumb. One side lost this game because they turned the ball over 4 times, and that was just too much for them to overcome.
And that number might as well be in neon because you're exactly right. It just jumps up from the stat sheet. Your eyes go right to it. And with that many turnovers, they really played themselves out of this game. Too careless with the football too many times. That cost them the victory.
So that'll just about do it for Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. It's a win for the Cowboys as we sign off and say so long from Arlington. Houston. And that'll carry over the back line of the end zone for a touchback.